Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to tonight, Friday, March 11th.
44.
We are starting a little late, but close enough. And tonight will be episode 43 of Arkelya. We hope
better than most days.
Everyone's having a great start of their weekend. Ours is just kicking off now. As far as announcements, fix your webcams. DTW.
What do you mean?
Fix that. You
Wow.
son of a gun. No, look, you're convincing Timmy. God damn it.
I'm cool.
All right,
good.
Announcements.
It'll just be us.
We are probably not playing Galewright Accord tomorrow. Bosch is currently working on some things for the cave-in ejection. So we probably won't play, but we might, but most likely we're not. Other announcements? I have none. Does anyone have an announcement they want to share? No. All right, let's move to it then. We know what this time is. We got to get some dice rolling. Let's go. Get those dice in the middle.
Can I do the recap? We all know what's going to happen.
You have to roll for. Nope, got to roll for it.
Volunteer.
So the number that is
so what are we rolling?
The number that is closest to the number 15 will have to do the recap.
I'm never preparing a recap again.
I don't like how you roll your dice, Owl. I don't. That's very. It's like two clicks.
I shook it. I shake it.
I'm missing
Thank God,
DW.
last time I was
Where's
like feverish, so I
Petite?
barely
Is that
remember
not
the
what I'm
name.
supposed to do with my dice? Am I not supposed to shake them?
So you select it and then hit R.
Oh, I don't do that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're doing this. And then, actually, that was better than what you roll. Anyhow, I'm all right. DTW, Petite. Petite's not at his desk.
What's the roll supposed to be? High, low?
You want to
medium?
be closest to the closer you are to 15.
15.
The closer you are to 15, the more you're likely gonna.
That'll work.
He rolled
got the
15. He rolled
best
15 on
summary.
Kyle, by the way. So he's pretty
I
much
roll a
guaranteed-
15?
No, you did not. DTW just rolled a 15. You haven't rolled. I'm not gonna make you
Oh.
recap because your audio quality is gonna be too spotty for it. So I'm missing Petite's roll though.
Oh.
Well, he can't. He's not gonna roll
Well-
a 15.
He's not here.
Petite's missing
All
himself.
right, Dagan, it's up to you. You're doing the
Okay.
recap. We're gonna
Cool.
get going here.
All right, here's the recap.
What a scam.
Rewatch the episode.
That does
It
not.
wasn't
No.
Episode.
Smile.
All right. So, it was the Evelyn episode. Her and her ma were chatting. She took her into what appeared to be a mystical manor, but was like a demi-plane of sorts. I don't know. But they were sitting over what we later found out to be the Feywilds. And they were looking out over the sunset and had a beautiful discussion about what she is, what Evelyn is, and what
Evil villain.
We're skipping the whole battle
what
thing.
the odds are, what they're up
I
against
have
is very
returned.
dangerous, and so they have to. she recognized that she'll have to test Evelyn, and so she whooshes Evelyn away to a pool of blood where she fights these shadow abyss demons, and she urges her to look inside herself to find her power. Evelyn decimates these shadow creatures, and she gets whooshed away to a land of fire, a plane of what we assume to be some sort of hellscape, and a chain demon fights Evelyn and gives her a bit of trouble whenever her mother, tells her to express her strength. What gives her strength? And Evelyn answers that her companions do. And after a few more rounds, believe it was Potato's character and Baldric. Yeah. All right.
No, those are never
Baldric.
Potato's character and Baldric.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
Potato's character and Baldric.
Yes.
Nice.
Thoric and Baldric.
Tato, you're there.
There we go. Thoric and
Thoric and
Baldric.
Baldric appear and help Evelyn defeat the chain demon, which
Thank God.
her mother wishes her away once again to what appears to, it's almost like the surface of a moon kind of esque landscape with this orb of blue light that appears like fluid, with a creature like a herald of this entity with a staff made of writhing maggots and various insects,
Creepy.
She fights this entity, and once again, her allies join the fray as Ikal shows up with Doma, and
Doma and DTW's character show up.
yes, yes, and so they fight the creature and help her defeat it. When she gets wished away one final time to what appears to be a completely devoid of life Feywild, inhabited by just devoid of everything, light, life, everything. As these creatures once again attack Evelyn, and Roderick appears, banishing one of these powerful creatures as they both fight this final creature. Roderick almost being hit by a really powerful attack before it is slain, as her mother finally pulls her back to this cliff top that they originally discussed things with, and just lays on just where she's from, telling Evelyn that she's an archfey, and that all these events leading up to this moment have been carefully laid out and done by her power, which is foresight, like divination, being able to see futures and possible futures, and that Evelyn is, being her progeny, a bearer of this archfey power, and she helps her unlock it, which Evelyn has a natural affinity to fire, so she got a feat related to fire, and who knows what else she can unlock, furthering this train of thought.
Best part though is it didn't die.
Yep,
that was an option.
And then from there, just a lot of information about the world and events that took place were let loose, and they left the estate, or the demi-plane, and joined the party outside in the tunnel where they were awaiting Evelyn, and that's where we ended off. We were heading back up to the surface.
Does anyone wish to add anything that they think of specific note?
We'd be here for like 30 minutes to an hour
There's
later.
so many juicy things. Yeah.
No, I saw Potato's hand up. No,
Potato said.
I was going to point out a couple of things. In fact, I wrote down a very nice summed version of the events, but I didn't roll the dice good enough.
Oh boy.
Anyways, one thing was, it all happened because of our mention of Nadal and her mom's interactions with him. It was in the fringes, I think. She said they were actually in the fringes, and he just casually approached her and said, where is it?
You don't have to do that. No.
No. And I quote, he invited her to, quote, partake in a time-honored rite and tradition. Interesting. So she sensed he's crazy and said no, and then he just left, and then he said, that's too bad, but the one day you will, even if you are coerced through other means. Good job, Nadal. That is not how you pick up women, you fucking melon. But I think we're gonna meet him again.
Creepy.
Well, there is one thing I forgot to mention that was kind of important. At the end of the party, or at Evelyn and her mother coming out to the tunnel, Baldric had been casting legend lore on the spear that was being held by names.
Good knowledge.
And Lavolt, he had gotten the spear from the portal with Sarath. And we got a poem related to said spear, giving us a little bit of info, dropping a very obfuscated information that we can't really, within our means, determine anything right now, whether we can't pinpoint anything, but we do have a name of Ardoth Ravine, which we will need to look into at some point. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else have an amendment? No? Going once, going twice. All right, sold. All right, here we are.
Nadal has the hots for Evelyn's mom. And he's going to come back and get her no matter what. And because of her foresight's abilities, every time she's fought him, she fucking died. so we have to fight him.
Right.
Maybe.
Maybe you defeat him in a
God damn
different
it,
way.
Evelyn. Goddamn mom.
Right. Okay, so let's move on to the episode then. So here we are in Windheim, where you guys have just ascended out from the Underchasm, where this little secret lounge area happens to be for the Vitreous Veil. God damn it. Vitreous Veil.
Yes.
Oh, I should have just named it Virtuous Veil. Anyways, the Vitreous Veil.
It kind of would have made sense.
Vitreous makes super sense, actually. That's why that's the name.
It does, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right. So the Vitreous Veil, so where they would lounge around and blah, blah, blah. And we had Baldric taking point, where you guys eventually returned to the surface. And it's approaching afternoon now, right? We are afternoon.
Yeah.
I said it was evening, but after watching the episode and thinking, wouldn't quite be sunset yet. So you're probably in the ballpark of like 4 p.m., 3 to 4 p.m., right? That's where you would be at this point in time. And it was overcast before, and the overcast is mostly parted. There is some thin cloud in different portions, but most you can see a blue sky. And the temperature has risen. It's now in the ballpark of low 60s, so it's comfortably nice outside. As you resurface to the streets, you start hearing the noise pollution of people and their day-to-day activities, from mothers chasing their kids to men bickering and arguing about whatever it happens to be. And so you are now back on these back alleys underneath the high roads, so one of the 3 high roads, right, that connect to the center point. You're underneath one of them right now. So there's this massive stone road above you, an overpass, basically, which so you kind of have some shade being dropped down on top of you. And this is where you guys are currently. And after Baldric takes point and plops out, and the rest of you kind of follow suit, you're now here at this point in time, or at this place. And so Niera just is following you guys where you would like to go at this point in time.
Well,
Yes, I believe I needed to talk to all of you about the Zenith Spear that I just cast this great arcane spell on called Legend Lore. Isn't that right, me? Yes, me, of course. Yes, so Legend Lore.
that was a good idea, Baldric.
Right. Are you okay? You're talking to yourself, Baldric.
I'm perfectly fine. So I just deduced what the Apex Obliteration Ruin Spear, whatever you want to call it, and the Cosmos reached back to me and told me what it thinks about said artifact, and it's quite cryptic of a reply. So here's what it told me. And then I was going to go through it again. So, like the weaver's needle to the thread, hearken creation to that older than time stead, the ancient song of hope and love, followed on by the tragedy of a finger to the lips above. Cry on, his children persist. Cry on, to continue was his wish. Primordial powers young and old, both fear and revere that foretold. Veil the truth or shroud the lie. And his eyes look right at Roderick for a prolonged period of time. Divine and ancient hold answers you sought. The weaver questioned and searched the mean. The name but murmured, Ardoth Ravine.
Divine and ancient hold answers you sought.
Does anyone have a lick as to what this could possibly mean?
We don't have enough information, that's for sure.
Not at all.
Have I heard of any of this, Mr. DM?
Of what specifically?
The poem.
Oh,
you
love
just
it.
recited.
No, it sounds all a bunch of
Every
jargon to you.
region.
I don't know. No, it doesn't sound familiar to you at all.
Nothing, not the names, not okay.
I mean,
Nope.
the
Would there be any
one
stir
name that's
from-
dropped, Ardoth Ravine, does not sound familiar to you. No.
Would there be any stir from our resident antenna Krista on the name Ardoth Vermeet being mentioned?
Antenna.
So yeah, she doesn't. She's invisible, and you know that generally she is a pretty free spirit. She'll hang out with you, but she also will just flutter away. And this is definitely one of those times where she has not been near you for a prolonged period of time. You have not felt her presence effectively since you went down underground.
Is that good or bad?
Since when are you so free, Krista?
Well, she's always been pretty free.
It's always been.
Yeah.
Yeah, she always has been.
Roderick is very, let's say, liberating with his familiar. So.
You mean like spying on secrets this whole time? It's casually fluttering
She
away.
has been. For sure, she has been. Well, that sounds like a riddle of all riddles.
Sounds like we need to hit the books.
My mom, did she hear him say all this?
She did. And she seems to have She has her she's just thinking, right? She's just got her hand to her chin, and she's just looking down, trying to puzzle what it could possibly mean.
Because I remember she said she didn't notice, or she didn't remember the spear or know anything about the spear. So.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not. Just to make sure we're all clear, I'm not familiar with Ardoth Ravine. That does not sound a name that I recognize. I mean, it's very interesting word choice. You guys mentioned that you were dealing with she that shrouds, and literally the verb shrouds used in there. Almost obviously a correlation between the two.
Right.
But your guesses are as good as mine at this point on such.
For some reason, I'm stuck on the divine and ancient hold answers you sought, because mainly we were thinking about going to Veneer, which I believe is pretty divine and ancient. So maybe there'll be answers there.
Well, I suppose I better get back to my immediate duties. I was rather whisked away here for emergent matters. So,
I do have more questions, but I can wait for now.
As we said, whenever you want to talk, I should be hopefully home by around 8 tonight. So, if you're there, if not, I mean...
Yeah.
What
time tomorrow is the ceremony?
About noon is where we're having it, so shortly after lunch.
We did want to speak with some of the council members. Are you able to help us arrange that, or do we need to contact Sophia to help with that?
Sophia wouldn't really be able to assist much in that regard unless she was going to intermarry through me. I could was there one that you wanted to... I mean, they all seem to have interest into your group for, I'm sure, a variety of reasons. So is there one that you were specifically wanting to talk to? Did you want to talk to
For
all?
sure, Master Ori, I think, but eventually we do need to talk to them all before we head out of town.
Well, with the ceremony tomorrow, we are not having any immediate seating meetings, so you are free to drop by to any of their offices. Generally speaking, Looney will be available in the Aurea district, but I'm sure he has, like always, has stuff to do around the Telfont as well. I don't know if scheduling will necessarily be needed. Turin actually invited you, Roderick, to a one-on-one with him, so I don't think you will need much clearance to engage in that option. And obviously, your master would not neglect you, my dear. So I think you actually have quite the capacity. The only one that would maybe be the most resistant would be the High Naturalist. Did you want to talk to the High Naturalist?
I have questions, but I think they can wait. I think Master Ori is kind of one of the big ones that we wanted to chat with, or at least I know I need to chat with.
Very well. If you did want a specific conversation with one of them, just leave me a note if you don't see me tonight, and I will try to organize time for it tomorrow. the ones that you're suggesting here, they should be easy. I think only the High Naturalist and the High Chandler could be difficult, but the Naturalist would probably be the most difficult, as he's almost never actually in the city. So, all right. Well, you have a lot to discuss and share. So, and she
Give her a hug.
She hugs back, and then she bows to the rest of you all before she whisks herself away. Not through magic, just walks down the aisles, and she just breaks line of sight pretty quickly down one of the turns. Yep. So now here you all are in exactly the same spot before, with Nira now gone. Oh, my lady, I forgot. Dang.
We have the afternoon. Do we want to go talk to anyone tonight? Do we want to look up anything that Baldric found out about the thingamabob?
I've got a funky new name.
That it does.
I want to go to the library.
Yeah, group library visit sounds pleasant.
Oh God. Library episode. The last time we visited the library, we were in there for 2, weren't we?
I was gone for the whole night.
Probably, yeah. Actually, yeah.
You were not gone the whole night when you were looking at
Ever.
it. You just missed the dance. God.
Only the dance, the most important part.
It was a pretty
Yeah,
good,
only the
it was a
most
pretty good
important
scene.
I'm assuming we're walking.
At the moment, no, unless you want to go somewhere. And so, yeah, if you want
Do
to
we
head,
want to go to the library now and then try to find Master Ori?
Sure.
you would be aware that most likely Master Ori will not be available tonight, as does the other High Seated. His mother
Gotcha.
said that she was going to have to go back to her previous engagement, so they're probably still
Oh, okay.
deliberating.
So we'll find him tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Okay.
probably the high seated are all going to be busy, and presumably to
Finishing up.
around 7 p.m. or so, because that's when Nira would be trying to leave to come back. So you could tick off other things of interest if you want, such as the library or other landmarks or things you guys wish to see. So is the library where you wish to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, honestly, the library is pretty easy location for you guys to get to from where you are right now. You're close to the Tell Fount, and you just could beeline right to it.
Right.
As I mentioned, this is a giant overpass, so you can just walk straight there. There will be inefficient street crossing, but it'll be faster to do that than to go all the way down the main roads and circle in. So it doesn't take you...
Jaywalking.
Well, it's not really jaywalking when there's not like really meant for carts down here anyway. So, anywho, it does not take you terribly long. Let's say within 15 minutes, you would find yourself entering into. It's a slightly bricked off area, but the bricks are white bricks with a white mortar. Obviously, more Hothos, the general schematic. There are strikes of blue roof shingles or tiling at certain points. So this place has that. Is it Greece? There's that one like little Ilias area. It's got a white and blue look. There's a very similar trim to that here, and you find it's a massive campus. Evelyn would be familiar with it. The rest of you would probably never have had the luxury to really be here before. Maybe Baldric, but he's not present. So you as you kind of move into this area, you do see that that the towering spires that exist in Windheim. There's one that's like jammed pretty darn close towards where the overpass, the high road, is nears the Tell Fount. And so right here, I'm just specifically referring to this little blue dot right here. One of these spires is like right in the back of the campus, and it looks like the rest of the campus was built around it to accommodate. It doesn't even look like the way the foundation is structured, it looks like it was intended to be built this way, not like it was repurposed or anything like that. So that spire probably has existed far longer than the university has. But you do get a rough idea that the university has been here for quite some time, even though it's really well kept. It has this very aged look. Now, unlike some other portions of the city which are much more sterile, this portion does have some green. Not a ton, but there are a couple rows of trees and small gardens at certain points. Probably, I mean, Evelyn would be familiar with it. This is probably more in the terms of schooling that involves agriculture or druidcraft or things of that nature, so to have things within reach to help instruct such things. So there are some portions of green and landscape inside the campus area. There's a plethora of small little like sidewalks and walkways that go off. Some have curves and bends. Others are straight and very geometric. And there's just a bunch of different dwellings, a bunch of different buildings, a variety of different geometric shapes. Some of them being like 2 or 3 story towers in design. Others being just very large, wide, almost like barn houses, but constructed of stone. And there are people, quite a few people running around here. At least 3 dozen individuals are either gossiping, talking to each other. Some have books on their arms, running from one class to the other. Even though it's currently nearing 3 to 4 p.m., there are still apparently classes still happening now, or people doing their research papers or whatever have you. There is activity, and that of what you would expect of a college campus. You do notice that there is a formal attire. Effectively, each level of graduation would have a different robe assigned to them. And so the ones that are currently about to graduate are currently wearing purple, and then it goes down from shades of purple towards deeper and deeper blues. Not blues, sorry, not deeper blues, but more and more to blue. So it shades from purple to blue, purple being the about to graduate, and then blue being the newest novices entering into the Lariva Institute of Ascended Arts. Now, you're here at the campus. The library is also part of the campus, and so Evelyn walks you down here, probably talking about a couple random stories she's had with certain interactions along the way, not just being the most boring tour guide in existence. And eventually, you guys go to the north, well, actually northwest corner of the library, really close to where the high road happens to be. As you near there, you see this one building that is, it's very circular. It's a very giant cylinder, is what it happens to be. At least 3 stories, maybe even almost approaching 4 stories tall. There's definitely different layers. There's windows placed all around it, and there just appears to be people moving up and down in this area, and you guys move up a series of stairs. You get into this double door arrangement that kind of cuts its way into the cylinder just a little bit. There's a lot of glass placed everywhere. It's very clean and pristine. And you enter into, past the door frame, you enter into this giant atrium area where there happens to be some plants hanging from the ceiling in like these, not baskets, but pottery that are being held up by suspended like cables or things of that nature. And there's a nice gentle glow, a light blue glow kind of permeates in here, kind of trying to emulate skylight to some capacity. There is a counter to your right where there appears to be a couple staff that are currently writing down things or reviewing notes of their own right now. There does not appear to be anyone immediately approaching you, or there doesn't appear to be that many people at that counter right now. This seems very reminiscent of the Caroldom for several of you, which had some kind of reception area up front that you checked yourself into, and you were then given access. Evelyn, being familiar with it, you would recognize that students have unfettered access. Wearing your robe would provide you to gain entry without any resistance. Since none of you have robes right now, you would want to probably proceed through proper protocol. Go to the reception desk, inquire if you could proceed forward. They have the right to refuse service if they want to. If you have some sort of missive that demands service, right, from upper government, then you could. So there might be some resistance here. There might not be, depending. So you make your way towards the counter, of which you would see a black-haired half-elf woman who her hair is mostly short, kind of curls into itself to the ears a little bit. And as you approach, she runs her hand to the side, pulling the hair behind her left ear a moment, as she then looks at all of you. Hi, hello, welcome to the great. What is it? No, the Grand Library of Windheim. I thought it was called Great Grand Library of Windheim. I take it that none of you are current researchers here, based on your clothing. Is there something we could help you with?
Yes, we wanted to look up. We have some varying interests, but we're hoping to look up some information, some research. Is that something that we could do today, or?
There is a couple hours left of daylight, so that it is still open. Do you happen to have any permissions from the high-seated or anything of that nature that grants you access to the library right now?
Would I have anything like that?
Not right now. You do not sequester it, so you do not have any immediate documentation.
You have your name.
What about your name affiliation?
Well, we can always pop over to my house and get my information.
Well, what
Just
will
show.
it take to become a researcher?
Well, you'd have to apply to the school and be invited into the Loriva Institute of Ascended Arts. Effectively, it's part of your research study that would then eventually get you your doctorate or whatever it is you're pursuing.
Would Baldric
I can go-
have a doctorate here?
That would be a decision that he would have to
doubt.
ask me. So I mean, he would need to interject me what he would want. We did not discuss where he got his schooling degree from.
He is a doctor.
Yes.
But he is well past the study age, right? Where he's now an established doctor.
He's
so-
an advanced researcher.
He's not like I'm a teacher here, unless you guys
He's
want
a
to
lecturer.
fox that say you're teachers, but you didn't go.
And they
lead
probably
with
just
that.
can't look up my information.
Well, it's not like there's computers
no.
here, so.
Right, just look me up in the system. I'm in there, right?
But you would
yeah.
recognize that a pedigree of nobility should get you access to some information, not everything. There is dangerous information probably presented here. How to make a nuclear bomb, right? So I mean,
Well, do I have the right kind of paperwork to actually come in here and like look at things, or no?
yes,
Like,
but
in
not
general.
not everything. So you would probably have
Right.
access to the common ward. With your nobility, you'd have access to the common ward for sure.
I could just share I have my pedigree on me, don't I? Or would I keep that somewhere else? Probably.
You would probably have it on you unless you.
All right, then I'll just show her that. I'll
Okay.
just show her that.
So you pull out your scroll of pedigree is what you have. What is that? All right. So then you.
Yeah, noble thing.
Right. So, excuse me, I forgot. I happen to actually be a noble here, right? Part of the government. You can see this paperwork here. She slides it for her. Oh,
It's been a
right.
while since I've been here.
She fidgets with her glasses a little bit, like just examining a document, and you can tell that she's trying to proof it, right? Well, it seems everything's in order. Mr. Stira, I'm sorry, I did not. I thought I heard that you
wait,
were
Yeah.
missing, but it's good to
Well-
have you back.
Yeah. Long story.
Very well. Well,
Hence
of
why we need
course,
research.
the common quarter is available if you. Hopefully, that has the materials you're looking for. If you need something more advanced, though, or restricted, you will still need a permission from your mother or any of the other.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
High Scholar would also be a great option
Right.
too.
Right. Sounds good.
All right, so then you are granted access. They don't give you a badge or anything that allows a pin or anything like that. You're just
Visitor.
Yeah, nothing like that's given to you. So it's
Hello,
just
my name is.
vocalize that you're free to move, and she kind of gestures just a little bit towards you to go down the open. It's not a hallway. It's like there's several columns, and it's just a very wide, opened area, right? And you just start walking down. Everyone else follows behind you, and you know the common ward would be to the right. So you make your way to the right, and there is a variety of bookshelves, but you do know this is a very limited scope. So I mean, while there is a lot of information available, it may or may not have what you're looking for.
Right.
It
Right.
comes up to being.
We may have to come back if we can't find what we're looking for.
When we speak
Thank
to
you.
Ori,
Sure.
when we speak to Ori, we could always get permission and come
Mhm.
back for the more
Yes.
restricted
Comes down
access.
to- Two birds, one stone.
All right, so it's a very familiar sense for three of you. It seems like it's a very similar situation where you are allowed to attempt to peruse the Isles for topics that you have interest in. And then upon the ones that you're looking for, you may or may not find information or tomes or scrolls that are related to such information. Just to make sure we get a proper description here, this place is clearly beautiful and clearly well kept. There is a small little trolley that does have a couple books that are meant to be put back, and there is a individual that is currently shelving books back. I don't know if they do Dewey Decimal, but they have some stocking system to track their damn archives here. So, what is it that you like to look into? You guys don't have a ton of time, right, before daylight ends? Probably around to 3-ish hours, approximately. 2 to 3 hours. So, what topics would you like to look into? Don't forget that a lot of people are going to listen to this, right? So,
yeah,
outer realm entities and things. So, is there a specific? So, you're saying the far realm? Is that what you're looking for? Are you looking for a specific entity?
Would that be restricted?
Probably.
I was
probably.
Yeah, I was gonna see. Yeah, let's see how many books you could find on them.
How about more generalized? Information about the gods or higher entities. I'm gonna say higher and broad, and mythological weapons.
So kind of want to look for...
All right, so before I get barraged by a bunch of things, I want to focus on Roderick first of all here first. You probably will find things that loosely describe the far realm, but you're probably not going to glean on a lot of new information regarding it. Anything that you as a player could perceive as potentially as a threat to a nation is going to be in the restricted section. So any of the elder gods, heavy information about the elder gods or their cults that follow them, that's stuff that they don't want the public to have ease of access to, because that would allow these people potentially to join these organizations, so it's not stuff that would be open available, right? So if that's what you're looking for, you're almost certainly not going to find anything besides just a mention that yes, there's elder gods out there and crazy people think that they can get benefits from them, right? But they won't give you new information, which ultimately would probably squander your time. So if you want to tailor your search to something that maybe you would be a little bit more proficient in your time, I would allow you to do that now. And now I'll go ahead and go to DTW. So you were looking for just general god information. Religion is a very broad subject, very broad. So is there a specific deity, or because again you only have about 2 hours, so if you could give me like 2 deities you'd be most interested in, this would be feasible, I think, but not all of them. Otherwise you're just gonna be like, yeah, there's a Pantheon of Gods and blah blah blah. It's gonna be very weak.
All right, to our religious boy, the Pantheon of Gods. Who are the Pantheon of Gods? Lay them out.
Doma can just tell you this. He should know this information.
Yeah.
Go on, Doma.
Go on, Doma. All of them?
So just for ease of use, this area seems to be more and more vacant as time goes on. More and more people are ending their day.
Yeah.
So as you guys have been gathering and sharing information, I'm assuming that at some point Doma is going to have this conversation with you guys and your own little table of clustered individuals doing your own separate research. So at some point Doma would have this conversation with you. So and then you probably all put your books down for a moment to all listen in. So take it away, Doma. What do you know about the gods?
What do I know about the gods? Why am I doing? We're here to research things. Why am I telling people about the things we already know? I guarantee these people don't know a goddamn thing more than me about the gods.
Oh, I know. I don't want to tell you.
What about your god, Mark?
Oh my god, Marlesh. He likes plants. He lives in the far wild. Yeah.
The far wild? The Feywild?
Feywild?
The far wild.
The far wild.
You know his plants from the Feywild?
Dude, he lives in the far wild, alright?
Far out, man.
I'm not exactly sure what you guys want me to explain here.
I need the names of all the gods.
Like the name of what they're known
Marlesh,
for.
Vlad, Venahira,
The ones
Dremlor,
that, I was about to say.
and there's a
Venahira,
7th.
Chalzine, Eleanor, fucking Drabalor. What else am I missing? Vlad, obviously.
Doma, make a religion roll. Let me help you out.
Nah, dude, I don't have these like perfect.
No, you're fine. I mean, we just talked about this like a week ago, so I'm a little disappointed, my man, because you're like, I want some more information as we're nearing Vanir. I'm like, let's talk it out.
Well, we got information, but I got information about the city, not the gods.
I did give you. That's fine.
You got.
That's fine.
What? You want me to go over the one thing we weren't supposed to go over?
Just give me a religion roll. Just give me a religion roll.
I rolled a 2, Laris. You're welcome.
You better lucky that shit.
Fine.
Do you want to luck? How many luckies do you have left?
There you go, nat 20.
Wow, that's not a domo roll at all. What happened here? What? Hold on. Let me.
Every domo roll
It is a nat
roll.
20. Oh, jeez. All right. Well, all right. So you never
have to do it now.
I know the gods.
pretty
especially
pristine.
since I studied on the plane for like a year.
So I will allow you guys to also ask questions to me, and this will be Doma responding to the best of Doma's knowledge. I'm not gonna say that Doma's omnipotent, so he might have things wrong. So, and I'll try to.
Doma just kind of showed up on this plane the other day.
So, Call, what do you want? What do you want to know about the gods? The what exists in the pantheon and the relationship between them? Or what is it you're looking for?
Yes, the relationship between the gods and just their, for broader terms, their titles. What implications? I'm trying to draw what it means by the divine could hold answers we seek, and also what really gets me is the Weaver. Could any of the gods in the pantheon be related to this symbology of a Weaver?
All right. So gods. We have Venahira, which was the lawful good god, the most benevolent, adhering to law. Then you have 2 lawful deities, which would be Drabalor and Jalzem. Drabalor is the patron saint to dragons and dragonkind, and holds domain over light. Oh, I guess I should say Venahira holds domain over life. And so Drabalor holds light, and he is probably the most lawful of all the deities. And then you have the second lawful neutral deity, which would be Jalzem, and he holds dominion over death and the grave, and trying to keep death sealed. When you die, that's it. That's as a general go. And then you would have the neutral god Marlesh over keeping balance, harmony, and that's not just balance and harmony between civilization and natural world, but balance and harmony with internally yourself, within conflicts and external conflicts. And then you have the neutral god Eleanor, who holds. Oh, sorry, Marlesh has domain over nature. And Tempest, I believe, to some capacity. And then Eleanor is nature, and she is domain over knowledge. I don't know much about her, unfortunately. It wasn't a big interest of mine. Let's see. Chaotic.
I don't got much written for.
I remember that, actually. I remember that.
You have your chaotic good god Vlad, who is one of the newer deities. I remember this in my couple years at Vanir. I mean, we're really familiar with him, right? And guy of trials, trying to make sure that your life is similar.
What was his affinity?
Vlad's affinity is Tempest, so he actually shares the domain with Marlesh. And
I believe Evelyn's mother also spoke for him. I refer to previous episode, guys.
But Evelyn hasn't shared this information. And so yeah, Vlad has dominion of a Tempest, and his other one would be, well, war is a loose description of it, but it's really more of, well, conquest, combat, trial, proving yourself, glory. So war is a good domain to reference that, but it's more about glorifying yourself and through persevering through difficult times. And those are the 6 that I know of. It's possible there's more, but those are only the 6 I know.
I see.
So Marlesh and Eleanor are just lawful.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, you wanted titles, right? So
Yes,
Marlesh's titles: the Grand Gardener, Lord of the Ancients, Keeper of the Fae, Grove Tender are the ones I know of. And then
Too much information. Say it again.
There clearly would be other titles that are, subgroups would know, right? It's individual farmers, whatever have you. Everyone will have their, but these are
Basic ones.
more accepted in higher circles and scholarly works would be. These are the titles generally referred to them as. So, Grand Gardener, Lord of the Ancients, Keeper of the Fae, Grove Tender. And then Eleanor's titles: Architect of Curiosity, Grand Experimenter, the Ever Observer, the Meddler. And then Ahira's are the Winged Goddess, the Life Giver, the Great Matron. Jalzem's
Can you do Vanahira again?
Vanahira happens to have the titles of the Winged Goddess, the Life Giver, the Great Matron. And then Jalzem is the Warden of the Warden of Souls, Keeper of the Dead, the Formless One.
The formless?
The
what?
formless one. As if like without shape.
Yep.
And then we have, let's go to Drabalor. Drabalor, the Pure Flame. This is very common in the fleet. It's Dragonborn referred to it that way. The Pure Flame, the Everbright, the Dragon King, Lord of Retribution. Drabalor is very much that an eye for an eye. When you break a rule, you are destined for retribution of equivalent, if not greater, for punishment. And then
how much can we go over what you gave me?
I mean,
do I just know
what
it
I told you where the limits were in a conversation. If you can't remember that, oh my god,
I was feverish and barely alive. Okay.
Oh my god. All right, and then finally Vlad. Vlad's titles are the Lord of Trials, the Temperer of Fate, the Caller of Storms. These are the primary titles for them. So, did I need to go over any of that again for any of you?
No.
Eleanor? Oh, someone wrote it down.
Eleanor,
Eleanor, yeah.
Architect of
Let me see
Curiosity, Grand Experimenter, Ever Observer, the Meddler. So titles that I know, none of them are referenced as a weaver. Though I guess I do know that there's symbolism with Eleanor. Generally, people tend to think that romanticize her as some sort of fate-oriented individual, and so there could be some.
So there could be an element of weaver to the threads of fate.
Right, if I was going to have to guess, and this is from Doma's perspective, if I was going to have to guess, she'd be the most applicable in symbolism with weaving, I suppose.
Right.
Doma, you're also allowed to ask questions too, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I must
Okay.
one just to make sure. Fucking hell.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not reading
Yeah,
DMs. I generally don't.
The
That's fine.
are the gods all equal, Doma, or is there a
You can.
hierarchy?
Yes.
There is actually a hierarchy.
Tell us that.
He's the most punchable.
No!
You get smited. Take 100 radiant damage.
He's the most punchable, you know.
You are
probably
smoked by the
Gravelord,
gods.
basically.
I'm guessing it's
you
not
know,
Chilson.
dog.
Okay, so yeah, who is on
Is
top?
there father,
Who's
mother?
on top? So from what I know, is Eleanor is Vanahira's mother. So there's an actual familiar system, from what I can tell, from what I remember in learning.
Kyle wanted to know that so bad, and he's not
Yeah,
here to
he
hear it. He's like,
Yeah, he's
who's
like,
her mother?
Oh, don't worry, I got him.
We got this. So Eleanor is Vanahira's mom, for all sake
I'm
purposes.
not sure who the father is. I know Marlesh is kind of like an uncle figure. Vlad is a very new god, so he's lower on the hierarchy as far as I know. Let's see.
And
So-
Mr. DM, he got a nat 20, so you would correct him if he's saying something incorrect.
Within
right?
the confines of what Doma knows.
Yes.
And
Okay.
I keep having to remind you that because Doma.
No, we
might
understand that his knowledge may be faulty, but
Okay.
We're just
Okay.
curious.
Yeah. So at the time,
Doma.
Doma. This information is what Doma.
Dravelor was actually like created by one of the other deities to protect Vanahira, wasn't he? That's what we
That's correct. Yes, with your natural 20.
Wait,
Oh.
wait.
Travelor.
Travelor?
Travelor
Yeah,
is
Drablor was made.
Travelor was created by Marlesh to protect.
Similar to
Venahira.
like Vlad, like because Vlad was created then, right? Would that be a similar process or something different?
Was not specified.
Okay.
And then my argument is that Doma's a divine affinity or patron is not Drabalor, so it makes sense that he does not know the mythos perfectly well. So
I have a lot
Well,
written
okay.
about.
I think I'll know a lot about that certain
all right,
Mr. God.
roll a religion roll, you piece of.
Okay, so far we've got Eleanor and Marlesh kind of being like here,
Level.
right?
Mhm.
Okay, and then everyone else kind of branches down from them.
That would be about
Okay.
accurate. Yeah.
Okay, now
Which-
are Marlesh and Eleanor connected at all?
20. Did you roll a 20? Did you roll a natural 20?
No, an 18.
That's Jesus Christ.
Give it.
All right.
Question is one of us
Travelor.
could also look for a book if there's something like this.
Let's talk about Drabalor a bit here. Okay, so Drabalor. Drabalor. So Thorak chimes in. Drabalor is not like Vlad's story. Vlad was a mortal that proved himself to the gods, and they invited him into the hierarchy, and he became a god. Drabalor has no such documentation. Drabalor was created by Marlesh. That's how the mythos goes. To the T, fundamentalism. He did not exist, and Marlesh created him. And then, because it's such a high roll, it's the interpretation was that Drabalor was created as a gift and was sent to be more or less, you can consider it like the guard dog to protect young Venahira from ill corruption and terrible things out in the world. And thus he was imbued with so much order to protect her and safeguard her. And so like a faithful hound, he follows his code to the T. Drabalor, even now, even with her supposedly, I mean, we don't know how gods age, but her older now, Drabalor still probably has that mission ingrained in him that he must protect her at all costs.
He also
That's
supposedly
some
created the
T
sun,
information though. I feel like.
but I wouldn't know what the sun is. But he did it, and now I do. And now it's like, oh, I see.
The creation of the sun was supposedly Drabalor's investment into the creation of Arkelya. That orb in the sky was his. Like, this is what you can do, Venahira. Here's an example, right? And so, Drabalor
Cool.
supposedly is the originator of the sun.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
Which god was a human? I'm sorry.
Human.
And was risen up to the godly status.
That's
the
Vlad.
That was Vlad.
Well, and
Vlad.
then, as discussed in the previous episode for what Niera told Evelyn, even though you guys don't know in character yet, supposedly Vlad was an archfey. So he was probably previously an Eladrin, a denizen of the Feywild, an ancient elf, and then during the War of Elements got ascended to archfey status and joined his other 99 brothers and sisters, well, maybe not blood tied, but into the elemental chaos, and then survived. And he was one of 6 survivors, and he would have died because he took a mortal blow in the final confrontation from the Tempest Primal, and survived. And it was you know it's electricity based because the lightning bolt that stuck through him, Nira said that it still courses through him today. At least is what the belief is. Hence why he probably has an elemental affinity and has some dominion over Tempest.
Right.
All right, so that Thorik chimes in here about Drabalor specifically, as it was a gift, but is also a god. So that would imply that Marlesh is.
Is he like equal in level to her then? Or would
Marlesh?
he be higher?
Who?
No, the Drabalor.
Drabalor,
Would he be equal to Venahira?
Drabalor would be perceived to be. So your general hierarchy is that Marlesh and Eleanor are considered the top tier. They're the highest, basically. And you guys are rolled so high. It sounds like they're brother and sister is what's commonly depicted. So they're not wife and husband. They're not lovers or anything like that. It sounds like they're brother and sister is what the two of them sound like. and then it is definitely depicted that Venahira is the direct offspring of Eleanor. And then also, Eleanor is also the mother of Jalzem, who is Venahira's brother. And Jalzem is the second child. Venahira was the first, Jalzem was the second. And so before Jalzem came into existence was when Marlesh gifted Drabalor. So he made Drabalor and then gifted Drabalor to protect Venahira upon her creation into the cosmos. And so then after Venahira, then there was Drabalor, and after Drabalor would be Jalzem shortly later. And then after Jalzem would be finally the last god, Vlad. But
and he was created by Marlesh.
Yes, but Doma rolled a natural 20. Doma knows of a seventh god that is very vague that most people do not know of. Because you rolled a natural 20 here, I'll let you get that. I'll let you have it. There's a seventh god, and it's the most chaotic of the god, and it's not truly in the Pantheon. The Pantheon have requested this god to join their Pantheon numerous times, but this god is too chaotic to be part of an order like that. It's not in their nature. This god is Kixluni. Is this god, which happens to be a name that should be familiar to some of you, because in Relena's shop, in Relena's shop, there was an item called Kixluni's Magic Mantle that was made by Relena. This was
about Kixluni.
This was an opportunity. It's a very obscured, esoteric entity. Is Kixluni. So only really well scholars. It's not very well documented all over the place. Kixluni is either before Vlad or after Vlad. It's really debated as to when Kixluni joined. But the overall opinion is Kixluni actually predates Vlad, and Vlad is the newest of the Divine. And then Thoric would probably chime in, God, that Drabalor probably hates Kixluni with a passion if they're exactly opposite sides of the spectrum. He's super lawful, and Kixluni is super chaotic. And I
would also interchime like what my mom told me about Vlad to them. If this is what we're discussing, I would definitely be telling them that information.
Can I write it down now?
So you're telling me your mother just happens to know information about Vlad? I don't think I've ever heard that he was an archfey.
We can discuss the rest later, but it might be important.
How about now? I don't like waiting.
Yeah, no. We'll wait till later.
How about yes?
Let's stay on the
path.
path
So I need to stab someone for you.
Everyone be very careful.
Without help of courage. Oh, you DM'd me?
Yeah, read your DM's live session. Come on.
Yes, Vlad is one of the 6 archfey that survived. He should have died, but he survived in the end.
I thought only 5 survived.
5 survived, no. and then Vanir
was 6.
He would be the 6th. Niera specifically mentioned 5 archfey survived, and then they became the Sealy Court. And then there was a 6th that should have died and was elevated on the verge of it, but didn't die. And then the gods decided to. So that she kind of like segregated. There's a uniqueness to Vlad.
Right.
Like, he technically survived the War of Elements. He technically did, but it's shortly after here was an ascension. So it's really like it's
2 ideas.
She sees it as quite a divergence.
Bifurcation. Okay, cool.
And then the Archfey, the Sky Queen Anria, and then Norfund, Lord of the Hunt, had 6 children. Potato, yes, of which the last was Nier. She never told you her true name. You only know her aliases. She never mentioned her true name to you. How could I not even pre-scripted that? Holy crap. I never practiced. Nah, it just dawned on me. It's like
I didn't think of it until after, and I was like, I probably should have asked that.
Niera is not her true name, but too late now. Jesus, yeah, that's not her real name.
I can always ask her at some point.
Dang, that was a really good time to do it too. Shoot. Well, but I can't do that really. I can't. I mean, it still was acceptable. It was still good. All right, whatever. Is that a swap? No, nope. So yeah, you got that. That's everything else covered there. Okay, so other questions about the gods? Does that kind of help cover your general idea here? The relative pantheon, their relationships to one another. So effectively, there is a family unit, a brother and sister, and there's a mother of 2 children, and then there was a
dog.
a dog, a dragon dog, a guard dog that was created, and then
It's like
there was,
Marlesh has like pseudo children.
and then Marlette, and then Vlad ascended. And even though Doma knows of this Kixloony, he knows very little about it. It's mythos.
There's another kind of-
super. He just knows that it exists. It is a awkward deity. So yeah, the Veneer does not smile too much upon a god that does not participate in the pantheon, for sure.
Like, no.
Yeah.
Redhead
They do have
I
some
probably
interesting-
know because someone's talking shit about Kixloony one time in sermon.
And so I'm assuming this is kind of information we'd get like perusing the books as well as listening to Doma. Like
Yeah,
inferences we'd
sure. And Thorok chiming in. Maybe.
Okay,
And Baldric's
cool.
also quite smart in religion too. So yeah, I mean,
Yep.
this would be applied to all of you, sure.
Okay.
So is there any other topics that you guys? This would fill up quite a bit of time here, just this one
Yeah.
topic for sure.
If nobody else does, I definitely have one, and I already stated it: the mythological weapons.
Does anyone
Finish
have
that. I think the other things I want to look at, I should wait till we have access to a little bit more in-depth knowledge.
Mythological weapons is a very obscure topic to get into a commonplace. There would be stuff that is mostly like fables that are like sword in the stone. So it's not you're not likely to get a big archive here.
I'm looking for mythological weapons related to spears.
roll
that narrows it down.
roll me an investigation check.
Oh, it calls banging with these. Let's do it.
Banging.
You got this, buddy.
Flat 18. I'll take it.
Spears. Well, did I ever decide what that actually was? Really making me stretch here because I haven't actually finalized that area, but I forget if they. I don't think they do. I don't think it is. I need to look for it here.
Well, okay, you could give you a saving grace. I mean, it is the common area.
No, there is a spear. Okay. There's a spear. It's actually relatively known. I mean, I don't know how you would know it, but you'd find it here. Right, okay. So there is a legendary spear that was created not terribly long ago, and it's held by one of the court House of Banners, which is one of the city-states area of the western states, basically. So western Windheim is populated predominantly by human, actually, and the area is governed by a bunch of separate cities that work in collaboration on that territory of Windheim. And this spear happens to be a passed-down heirloom for the Knight Captain, the one in charge of Fairfield's Knight Order. That's what it happens to be. And it is a spear with an affinity to lightning, and so there's depictions of this thing just being devastating on the battlefield. Whoever was the main knight at the time just being like an unparalleled warrior. And on each one of these House of Banners residents, there's a lord, and then they usually have a knight. And so normally it's not the knight is the lord. It is usually a separate entity, and that knight's charge is to protect the lord typically. And that weapon is still in use today. It's one of these really powerful pieces of technology or ingenuity that has occurred that has helped secured the western states into its place of prominence, as well as protect Windheim in general.
Okay. So, but that's the only thing I find in terms of spears.
Yeah, nothing about the Zenith Spear that they're not even close to it. And the information you find out about this spear is more about like the amazingness, and it's more artistic rather than what its actual functionality or what it can do. It's just kind of what I gave you. It's just like it was a really amazing weapon that was made, and humans had passed it down in a lineage in Fairfield.
Okay. Cool. Hopefully we don't run into that and get obliterated by lightning.
All right, so that would imply that each house or each knight happens to have a legendary weapon that's applied to its captain, knight captain. So that there was a slew of 7 legendary weapons are passed down.
So 7 houses.
Yeah, there should be 7 houses of it. Kirk, Garrington, Fairfield, Westwind, Ferdin, Winston, and Niscaria.
And those are all the western states.
Yeah, and Niscaria is the quote-unquote capital of them. It's the main headquarters, effectively, of that region. The biggest city over there. And then I guess probably Westwind would be the second biggest city, being the port city between it and the Elder Isles. All right, so that covers your guys' blurb of hours of spent in there. I mean, obviously you had opportunity to get more information, but not with the time frame that you had available to you. It just wouldn't happen, unfortunately. Sorry. So that's what you guys uncover over your 2 to 3 hour exchange here. You do recognize that sunset/dusk is coming, and while there is people moving around to make sure that there is light for subjects, there is a general dismissing of the common area. Only people that have proper permission are allowed to research longer hours. And not that you're being asked to leave, but the common courtesy is to leave unless it's something that's of more importance. So you are free to stay if you want, but you're also free to leave. It's about 6 p.m. right now.
Well, where are we heading?
Story, right?
We can't see him tonight.
We'll wait and see them tomorrow.
All right.
Well, I mean, it says what, 7?
6.
6?
Yeah, about 6.
Yeah, we should probably get our dinner and call it for today. See if we can get the permissions for tomorrow.
Yeah, because I have some things I want to research, but I need access to other things. So we could regroup in the morning, meet with Master Ori, and get our approval, and then go from there. I just remember the ceremonies at noon, so I need to be. I want to say it was by the docks,
Yes, it was by the docks to the south.
Yeah.
All right, you guys gather your things. You put the materials you had back, because you're not lazy slobs that just leave it on the table like some people.
I'll put them on the cart.
I'll put them on the cart.
I mean, that is
Put
technically a
it
process
back.
that you could put it in a cart if you were allowed to. You could always try to put it back. So either way, you are good citizens and do your diligent work. All right, so then you leave the Grand Library of Windheim. You're back into the Lariva. God, is that the name of it again? Can it stop, please? Jeez, this mouse.
Lariva Institute of the Ascended Arts.
Lariva Institute of Ascended Arts, yes. Named after one of the good queens of the monarchy of the Sildeni Empire.
There was not good queens?
There are some good kings and queens, and there were some bad kings and queens. Niera commented this a little bit.
She had to let things happen.
Yeah, but
I get you.
Yeah. Lariva is in Windheim's history, which is the Sildena Empire became Windheim in its fall due to a calamity, the Elven Madness calamity, when it fell. And you guys entered the Age of Conquest. This monarchy ended in that fall, and I don't think Lariva was. No, she definitely was not the last of line. There was, I think, 2 or 3 kings or queens at the very end, and they're all like terrible people. It's kind of what is perceived about those individuals. They all did very bad things, and that's part of the reason why some people speculate that's why the Sildena Empire collapsed. It was because of these terrible decisions these people were doing.
Was she one of them?
No, Lariva was
the last good one, you said.
No,
right?
I won't say she was the last good one. Hold on, let me go get the notes here. Sorry. I think I actually made a footnote of this.
Comment.
Well, it's made. It actually is made in case this stuff ever came up. Where the hell? Oh, that's the wrong episode. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay. No, I didn't I didn't make it over here. Okay, I have to get. Yeah, I didn't copy paste that. All right, fair. Timeline? Is that where I'm gonna have this? No, you know what? It's gonna be in Windheim. It has to be Windheim.
It's fine.
Got it. All right, we're fine. We're good. We're good. All right, so she was the fourth monarch in the line, and there was 7 total. She was the 4th. She was. There was one ruler after her that was respected and it's fondly looked at, but the last 2 rulers, King Morel and then Queen Merendal, these rulers were despised. They were very low public opinion, and historians are very critical of them. There's only in this case there's 3 good kings and queens. Queen Alea, Queen Lariva, and then King Nevroj were the kings that are respected, and then kings and queens are respected, and then the other 4 are just not well reputed.
So the lake is named after the
Alea.
other queen and
yeah.
the institute, and then I don't see anything for the king.
So let's just go through it. So King Arkelya was the first king of the Sildenite Empire, and his institution of the kingdom was very imperialistic conquest, claiming territory, establishing the Sildenite Empire. So while there's a lot of hate towards him because of all the suffering he caused, in the end he caused a lot of unity too and order. And so it's really debatable, was he a good king or a bad king? In the time of what he was dealing with, his actions started the Age of Conquest. So a lot of people are really iffy, especially if you look at the previous neighboring countries and kingdoms. They would not like this guy much at all, right? But as a denizen of Windheim, if you've been there your entire life, you're like, well, no, he started it, right? So he's not the worst. And then his firstborn took the reins after his demise. That's King Sai. Did I ever give an approximation of it? I never parenthesized their phonetics. Okay, great. I think it's Scythim is his first son, and he continued his father's conquest, and he completed his father's vision of unifying all of New Ulso, both east and west side. So he managed to accomplish this and bring it completely under heel. This did include the imperialization or conquest of the Medan Mountains, which was a fierce territory that was very difficult for the elves to properly claim dominion over. And then, so he also is not necessarily fondly looked upon because of how he approached his rule. And then you have he never had a son. He never sired a boy. And so it was just a big problem for him actually to not produce a proper heir. So he actually, in his last 2 decades, and he's an elf, these are all true elves, every single one of these, he managed to have a daughter, which was a huge success for him to have anything. And that's how they got their first queen, actually. It's previously a male monarchy, a patriarchy only. But because of the circumstances of his ending, I think maybe one of his sons died? No, he lost his only son and then scampered to make a new heir. Gotcha. And that's where Queen Alea came in, was his daughter. And then she was much more humanitarian. She wanted to break down the monarchy more into the courts of the people. And she was an admired queen. She cared deeply about her subjects and tried to shape the world the best that she could within not terribly ruining all fundamental order. And then after her demise...
that answered my question, because I was mainly worried about it's because Lake Alea, so... Cool.
Alright, we'll end it there then. Okay, so, with that in mind, you guys are, where are we? Where are you going? Jesus, I completely forgot where we even were before this now. Lordom.
We had just exited to the Lariva Institute, and we
Yeah,
were
we were
deciding
leaving
where to go
Right.
the
next.
library.
Oh, okay. I'll end it with her
The
then.
Grand Library of
Lariva was Alea's daughter.
Got it.
Right. This is why her name's even. She wanted to push public education more than anything else. So that's why the first university is her birth child actually, and continues on for the thousands of years since. It's still part of That's why it's named after her in honor of her. Okay, so
Gotcha.
all right, yeah,
Joe.
that's kind of why I was trying to build this way. It was that name. Okay, yeah. So you are leaving the Liver Institute, and you are free to go where you see fit. So where do you want to go?
What?
Yes.
Yeah. Evelyn, do you think it's best for everybody to stay at your estate tonight?
Um,
Can you'll even get there?
no, unfortunately.
I should try
Unfortunately,
my
no.
hands.
And I can explain more why once we get back to my house. But yeah, and Aniel can't come in here. But at least if you guys wanted to come back and I could explain some things, you guys can do that. And then, I don't know, I'm sure Doma wants to probably get back to Aniel at some point tonight just to check on her.
At some point, yeah.
So we'll go to my house.
Okay. So Annie been left there all day with
She's
your
not
slobbering
alone.
dog. Elk.
I told it
I
not
And-
to jump
you gave
on
her
her.
a guard dog.
alright?
Poor girl is pinned down by this thing probably again, and hasn't eaten all day. And you guys just are like, yeah, let's get some dinner.
We would have paid to have food sent to her. My
Did
God,
you?
when
I don't recall this being done.
Yeah, and,
so.
the dog would eat the person delivering the
Should
food.
that not be a
Oh
given?
my God. Guys,
I-
stop bullying Vortex just because he's evil looking.
I could
I
run and
think he's
check on
kind
her.
of cute.
All right, so you guys head to the Verdant
Yeah,
Rose.
I mean, if DCW wants to run and check on her, I mean, that's fine.
You
too.
head to the Verdant Rose. All right, so heading to the Verdant Rose, you go to your this is the Styria estate. There it is near the front door is the family unit, the mother and the father and the two children. One being kind of teenage, the other one being pretty young. Her little sundress and a slight scowl on her face. There she still is. And you guys. You guys gain entry in. There are more servants present now than there were the previous day. So there is Sophia, and she escorts you to where are you guys looking for rooms? Are you looking for
Just like a living room, wherever, just
a
a
common lounge range?
common room, just to chat.
Right. So you find a place. There's a hearth that currently does have fire in it, actually with wood burning. So it's got a nice warm temperature, even though it's not terribly cold. Now that we're entering evening, the temperature will start dropping a bit. Was there anything? Do you want anything to drink, eat? You hungry, thirsty? Any of you? Lords and
I'll just take some juice, some like apple juice or something.
apple juice.
Just some food would be great.
Some snacks,
please.
maybe.
Water. Please.
That's late enough. Can I get a nail?
Just tea, please.
Tea, apple juice, ale. Would you rather have something more refined? This is on the Zastira estate. We can
Whiskey. We have all kinds of fancy things.
Bring me your best. Not your best. That sounds expensive. Bring me your most mediocre dwarven whiskey.
Give him the best.
Warren whiskey?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know who makes what.
An alcoholic beverage of repute. I understand. All right.
Something.
You, Master Thoric, did you want?
I'll have what he is having.
All right. So, Sophia absconds, and you guys, the wait staff is not in the room you're in, but they are in other parts of the house cleaning. And then this is a massive estate. So, the room you're in is got a vaulted ceiling, trim around the edges, purple drapes. There's a nice orange glow. You have a bunch of furniture kind of outlined in a way that kind of like have half the room or half of your like viewing area gets the fire, and you guys are kind of like concaved around it a bit, right? Some chairs, some lounge chairs are like more like couches where they could sit 3 people. One of you might just grab like the footstool for one of them and just sit down on that instead. There's places for you, and so your drinks and ordered whatever arrive as though a small tray of small appetizers just to help tie you guys over. Some like grapes and dried meats, and cheeses, right?
I
So
immediately dig into the grapes.
God, crackers, cheese, and like
Charcuterie.
sausage jumps.
Charcuterie board.
Charcuterie board.
So yeah, that is presented to you guys, and all of you are the equipment, the cutlery is all of high regale. These are not low quality things. You weren't given the typical wooden mug that you would expect at a inn. Now this is much more like fine china or glassware.
I sense a lot of like scraping of like utensils on plates.
Yeah.
The harmony.
So you guys are, and you are in this. It would be dimly lit environment right now. So it is dimly lit from the fireplace, giving an orange hue out there. If you want, you can increase light, but that is the current light quality in there for an ambiance. Can you pass some of those little micro wieners over there, please?
Just slide them over to him.
Yeah, perfect.
Little piggies in a
They
blanket.
have some kind of like hickory smoke flavor to them. They're quite delectable. I could get used to this.
It is quite nice. Much more than I'm used to.
Part of the problem with all those assassins and regicides and stuff like that, you do get a couple good perks with this Heart Seeker.
It's true.
So you were meaning to talk to us about something of paramount importance. You implied back at the library that there was information to be had, that I had to wait, and I have been waiting, which is very common for me these days. Lots of waiting. So, first there was the lake. Oh, then there was also the what kind of doctors you were, but let's ignore that. So what is it you wish to share with us, Evelyn?
I'm trying to debate how much I want to share. Because I'm going to share.
Well, it's a question of how much. I say it is.
Everything.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
It's a question of how much he said.
I can't believe it.
What?
It's a question of how much.
Oh.
Yeah.
She doesn't trust you all.
She doesn't trust them, guys. What the fuck? You haven't read how much
I think it's
goddamn
the
work I've put into this D&D friendship.
He saved your life, goddammit. He also, picked up Rukon feathers and scales at a point too. So there's,
It's true. I still have
It's
those.
been hit or miss. Let's not lie.
Early on, he was definitely more missed. He's definitely become better hit since then.
Well, I mean, she said that I could tell you everything. She thinks it's relatively safe for Roderick to be able to have the same information that I have. If I'm recalling that conversation correctly, right? Is that right?
She said that she saw timelines where it was acceptable for your entire party to be informed.
Right.
She more stressed that beyond your party is not a good idea. So as long as your party is aware that this is confidential information and should not be shared, that is what she was really stressing to you.
Gotcha. Oh boy.
By the way, Evelyn, did you recognize that you must have got a lot of sun exposure recently? Because I've been recognizing this reddish tint to your skin. You should watch out for that. Maybe wear some more layers or something of that nature.
No, I'll be fine. I'm just kind of like do like the shoulder stretch, just like stretch out my fingers. It'll be fine.
Well, it could lead to cancer, so I don't know about that. They say every time you get a sunburn that your risk of skin cancer doubles. So, be advised. Not that we know what cancer is yet, but anywho.
Research that you've been doing.
Now I'm worried about the way that he just worded that back to me. that in certain timelines or whatever, at certain points, it'd be all right to tell whether knowing this is the right time or not.
You could always keep it
Keep it
a little
close.
bit. Don't have to say everything.
Yeah, I'll give them the broad strokes. Like,
You have to tell us the broad
Yeah,
strokes. Then.
like-
I'm gonna say I would tell them about. I don't know how to.
let's hear it. We're not quick skimming this. Let's hear it.
Does
No,
she know?
There's no blood dumps
Is she
here.
listening?
So everyone's got their attention on you. Baldric is eating.
Dang.
Other people are eating, but their attention is on you.
Ugh,
The grapes
I
are
hate
mostly
this.
gone.
I guess I would. I'm gonna tell. Okay, so I will tell
In
them
character,
about-
please.
Okay, so first thing she told me was about Nadal and how she met him and where she met him. And basically, she was out on the fringes, and he basically walked right up to her and invited her to this rite. He basically said it was like this highfalutin kind of rite of passage that, he wanted her to take. And she knew that he wasn't any good, like that she just didn't have very good feeling about who he is and what he was capable of, so she declined him. And she wasn't sure what he would do, if he'd attack her or if he'd just let her go. And in the end, he let her go, and he said that is unfortunate, but one day you'll do this right, even if you're coerced by other means. That was kind of his parting shot to her.
What kind of right is this? What does he want from her?
She didn't.
Yes.
She didn't specify. She just knew from her what she was feeling from him that he wasn't a good creature to be around.
Bad right. Got it.
From what we've heard about the doll, it was probably referring to combat.
Or sacrifice.
Yeah.
Always crack.
Didn't know your mother was so important. Nadal's pretty big, isn't he?
Well, that's what doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because she also mentioned so many things. She, whatever happens, she can't face him in combat, because let's just say she has a gift for sensing certain possible futures.
What?
But
What?
whenever it comes to Nadal, anytime she tries to see anything about Nadal, and if it's her and him fighting, she never survives.
Is she like rolling the dice and just saying this is a possibility? Because I don't.
It's a possibility. My mother can see glimmers of possibilities that could happen,
Evelyn.
depending on the choices we make.
Should you be saying all of this out loud? I mean, I look over at Roderick.
It's
For someone to
fine.
just craves
Rod
knowledge,
looks at him. Hey, Rod
the
looks back
ability
at
to
him.
see possible
For all we know,
futures
he already
is
has
pretty
this
good.
information. From
Well,
what I've
now we know for certain.
From what my mom has told me, she's been alive for quite a long time. So I don't think this would be surprising for Elrion, honestly. If yeah, I just don't think he'd
Surely
be
he will
surprised.
covet her power, though. Seeing the future, someone that wants
So-
knowledge.
She gets that from her family. I don't even know how to explain this. I don't even know how she explained it to me. But we're from the Feywild. I guess I don't know how much you guys know about the Feywild. It's the way I understand it, it's like an adjacent plane to our plane.
I discussed this to everyone.
Yeah.
It's the
Right. I
it's-
think we talked about that.
it's the border plane to our plane,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
right. It's kind of like around us. I mean, they weren't like 3-dimensional objects like the plates I had. It's kind of like space is weird with planes, like they're layered on top of each other, around each other, in each other.
Right.
So anywho, but it's
So
it's
this is a
adjacent.
parallel plane that exists, correct? And it was created by Marlesh, and I don't. It's so much information in my head right now, but. Marlesh also. I have this written down wrong.
I'm listening.
Yeah, so why don't I think I have this backwards. Something about Marlesh helped formulate Arkelya. But then I go on talking about the elements. The Lords of Elements didn't like the creator of Arkelya, is that right? Basically there was a god creating our world, I believe. And
Alright has fully stopped eating. He's just
I just have the Lord of Elements didn't like her, and so it began like a war between the gods and the Lords of Elements.
All right, I'm gonna have to ask for a little bit of wind back. If we could just back it up a step or so, just a little bit
I'm
here.
not good at this.
Yeah,
so
How-
you're asking-
How did
You're
we
asking a lot of me
get
right
to
now.
gods and plain talk when we were talking about your mother?
So,
where we were talking about Nadal first, and Nadal is related to the Volt, right, everyone? And he has the Zenith Spear, which we have to stop. So
right.
how did we
Specifically
jump to
stopping
these
Venus.
bricks here? You want to try this again, Evelyn?
I guess I would just. So essentially, why do I have this? My notes are all messed up.
If your notes are messed up, you can go off your memory.
Well, I know, but not all of it's there because there's other stuff that was before.
That's fine.
They were taken.
Just
Um,
go off the cuff. Get enunciate when you can. You guys can have multiple conversations. It's not the only time you can. Unless
just wanna
everyone
get it
dies
right.
tonight. I mean,
Chronic explosion.
and trying to chronic.
essentially, I am from a long line of Archfey, small group of Archfey that survived the war with whoever and the gods of elements. I can tell you guys more about it later, but essentially, Marlesh created around 100.
I have a question here. Did you You are a descendant of what? Whom?
Yeah.
Did I hear that
Very
correctly?
important.
Well, you
I'm
kind
sorry,
of cut me
boy,
off when I
that's
was
you.
telling the story before that, so I was cutting closer to the chase.
I just want to challenge what I thought I heard. I heard you say Archfey, but that probably isn't.
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
Alright, to tell it your way. Right, so you're a descendant of an archfey.
Yeah.
Go on.
And of the Archfey that were created, only a few of them survived. And my mother is a descendant of that group of 5 that had survived. And
These are
that's how I
what?
knew about Vlad, because Vlad was created kind of after this clash, and the 5 survived. to create the Sealy Court. And then Vlad was, I think he was injured or something, but he kind of proved himself to be worthy of elevation. And so he was kind of raised up to the level of an Archfey.
Wait, who was raised?
Vlad.
You got it backwards. Vlad was raised up
Oh,
to
that's right.
godhood.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I had it backwards. Sorry.
Okay, DM side note, but what is basically the Archfey? Is that something that like as a elf you would know?
Roderick, I mean, this is from your perspective. You can make a, I guess that'd be an Arcana check.
Oh, good thing I'm bad at those. 15 total.
Archfey is often considered the most powerful Fey creatures, the rulers of the Feywild. You would know this. You would know that it is effectively a very powerful, either martially oriented or spellcaster that rules in some kind of conglomeration with other Archfey. There's there's some dozen of them approximately that rule the Feywild. So they have to be really powerful creatures.
Yeah, so Roger would be kind of like shifting, hearing that, kind of like bewilderment.
Same. Thoric is shaking.
He nearly spit out his teeth.
But so, Vlad, it's Vlad, right? Was an Archfey, raised to godhood. Your mother is an Archfey. You are her daughter.
So.
Well, I'm half, I think. If I understand correctly, I'm half Archfey. But
Is that
Right.
how that works? 'Cause, I mean, a lot of times, typically,
Maybe she adopted
half
you.
would-
No? Did she adopt? No.
Mm,
Are you
no.
actually her child?
yes.
Oh.
I think she would know that.
I'm just saying it's possible that you have a mother that adopted you when you were an orphan. It's not that far fetched to work, is it? I mean, all right. So we all agree. Baldrick's insane. She is the offspring of. Maybe we shouldn't be talking so loud. An offspring of an Archfey. Very
Sure you
powerful
say
creatures
offspring.
that might want to kill us.
From the other
does that
plane.
make you an Archfey technically then? Not half.
So
Oh, right.
basically, my
Alright.
mom put me through my final trial and helped me unlock that, I guess, part of myself. Yeah.
Roger
So-
sipping tea very hard right now.
Thoric as well.
So that's lovely and all, right? That
I suppose so.
you've connected more with your mother and your past, but what does that have to do with Nadal and?
So it's technically, I guess they kind of are interconnected if you think of it that way, but she just knew that you guys had asked about Nadal, and so that's why she told me about the Nadal piece of it before the trial and kind of the rest of the story. So wait, what was the question?
Your connections.
It's
connection?
What does Nadal have to do to this? What other information did you gain besides more of your bloodline?
So with where is the thing? Okay, so she did tell me a little bit more specifics about Nadal and Levolt. If I remember correctly, she didn't meet Levolt. She saw him, though, right? Is that what she said? Or did she meet Levolt too?
I would like to have you challenge yourself on the understanding you've got. I don't want to keep just omnipotently dropping information to you guys. At some point, I have to call the line about how many times I can just recant information to you, right? At some point. Like, I was being very forgiving when we came back after our 2.5-year hiatus, but with this being just last week, I would like for you guys to start trying to take the reins back, and when I give you information, you try to retain it. Because I don't want to be playing the game to myself, basically.
So what she was able to remember from the interaction she had was that Nadal, she thought, was more of a threat than the Vault. Just based on the knowledge that she has from probably maybe her visions, based on what she's seen and what she's heard. But she also mentioned that Lavolt may be subservient to Nadal, so he may be acting in concert to Nadal, not the other way around that we kind of thought. But she also said that Lavolt might actually fear Nadal and kind of like what he could maybe do to him, possibly. But the only way that I can think of is how they tie in is maybe if it ties into what is happening with the Feywild and the Shadowfell. Because I don't know if something that's happening right with Nadal or Lavolt could possibly be affecting that, right?
Well,
I guess I wouldn't know that from the conversations that I had with her.
what's happened with the Feywild?
Yeah, what's happening with the Feywilds? What does this have to do with that?
So okay, so so I remember I told you about the Sealy Court Archfey that had survived, and they had 6 children, 3 girls and 3 boys, of which my mom was the youngest child, so she's the youngest daughter of the siblings. And each of them basically kind of had their own kind of special gift, that an affinity, I guess you'd say, where my mom's is maybe visions or prophecies. I don't know what you would call it. Others had fire or water or just kind of other different affinities. And there was so let me see. There was the era of divine, there was the era of something else, and then the Age of Rebirth. Why don't I have that? What happened? Basically, what I'm remembering at the moment, I'm sorry, I don't have my notes are all messed up. But there was this darkness that spread through the land. And it created kind of elves to go. Nope, that was later. It basically made them undead. I believe what it kind of did. There was like a sickness in the land that spread, and it covers half of what used to be the Feywild. And I don't believe they know what stopped it from spreading. But they basically created a balance, a half and half balance between the Shadowfell and the actual Feywild. And then at some point, the Elven Madness took over, and it started to spread to the other creatures on the Feywild side that were never affected by anything from the Shadowfell side. And they basically, it's what it sounds like. They just kind of went crazy. They started just doing weird stuff and just going mad and being crazy and killing each other, essentially. So my mom had been trying to tell them and warn them of this sickness that would eventually spread out to their side of the Feywild, and nobody listened. Nobody believed her that this could affect them because they hadn't been affected before. And so they kind of didn't trust, I guess, what she was saying. And so she basically found an anchor coming to our plane. And she's been trying to find a way to save the Feywild, to cure the Shadowfell or cure the sickness of whatever happened there. And that's why she's here now, trying to get to that end goal of saving her home.
Why did she wait so long to tell you these things?
Well, I think she had to wait until I was strong enough to go through the trial and prove that I was worthy of the knowledge that came with it.
Alright.
When did
So effectively, be my guest, a call.
Are you like some sort of prophesized child? I mean, it sounds like she's been at this for a very long time. Why now? Why have a child now? Were you kept secret? Were you hidden? What? I don't understand. If you're like her, shouldn't you be long-lived? I don't understand.
How
Yes,
old are you, Evelyn?
but I am. You never ask a woman her age. That's how old I am.
That's what Niera gave. She gave that answer. You guys bought it. Roger, help me. He's like, you never do that.
But my understanding is that it's taken her this long to find the right vision, the right path that gives her hope that it can be saved. She's essentially lived her life following whatever thread gets her to where I am here to do the next part that she is unable to do on her own.
So you are some sort of prophesized child.
But not really. Maybe from my mom, but she's kept all of that. I mean, she's kept all of that secret. Very few know.
I'm sure that's a lot of pressure to put on someone.
Right. And I know I'm
Right.
putting that on you, and I'm sorry, but you guys can't tell anyone any of this. It's really important that you
Just like
understand how greater this is from all of us.
Can I back things up a little bit? You mentioned something about the Elven Madness, right?
Yes.
Is it the same sickness that's appeared a few times here?
I believe that it's not the exact same thing, or it doesn't have the same exact kind of vibe, but I think that they're working to figure that out, if that is indeed what is happening in the Western states.
Well, no, I'm not. Well, I'm not. I'm hoping that it's not the Elven Madness, but it's the Elven Madness has appeared before.
In fact, one of the second calamity, it shares the same name, does it not?
Yeah.
You have the Rending, and then you have the Elven Madness, the fall of the Sildani Empire.
And how long ago was that?
Oh, Jesus! At the start of the Age of Unity, was the changeover from Age of Conquest. So that'd be 3,152 years ago. Would be when the Elven Madness was, stopped.
How many
Ended.
years?
We are
3,000.
3,152 AU, or Age of Unity, is the year structure we're in now. Prior to this was the Age of Conquest, which was some 2,000 or so years long, I think. Approximately. Nope, a little bit less. 1,700 years approximately. But 2,000 is close enough.
What was before the Age of Conquest?
Age of Rebirth. The first of the ages. Which was 1,000 years. And that would be post the major calamity, the Rending.
Which is what tore open the maw, correct?
Right. So our first scholars believe we had the era of divine. We're in the eras. We had 2 eras. Then we entered the ages. You had the era of divine. Gods were here and they were helping us, and life was great. And then you had the era of Arcane or of Arcana, whichever we want to phrase it. And this would be where the gods took more of a backseat approach, allowing us to experiment and divine our own destinies and magics and such, right? So it's like we had training wheels, and then we were gifted the planet for some time. And then, after the era of Arcana, the Rending occurred.
The Rending.
Yes, that is the supposed origination of the Maw of Jalzem occurred during this, where the Estrin continent was ripped asunder into the 3 main landmasses we have now. Nuolso in the northwest, Sidara in the northeast, and Fioreth to the south. Of course, we can't get to these other 2 subcontinents. There's too much interference from us to there and them to us. So we have been living our last 6,000 or so years here in Nuolso, separated from them in our own little, let's say, biome. And then after the Rending is when we start having the remnants of these fallen empires and previous civilizations and everything recollecting. That's where we enter the Age of Rebirth, where the survivors of this massive calamity gathered together to restart civilization. And after 1,000 years of rebirth, the Age of Rebirth ended when the Age of Conquest began, which, as I think we noted earlier, was the march of the Sildeni, trying to reclaim Nuolso for their own under complete elven dominion, and it took them 1,700 years to accomplish that. 2 monarchs. Erkoresh Erokal did not accomplish it in his lifetime, but his son managed to fully control in his. And the Age of Conquest continued through several of his children and their children, 7 generations, before it ended in the second calamity, the Elven Madness, which is the same name that we have now that we're talking about. And after the Elven Madness, we then had entered now into the Age of Unity, where the Unity Pact was signed at the end when the Elven Madness was resolved, I suppose. And now we are 3,152 years later, still in the Age of Unity.
It sounds like the Elven Madness was affecting both this plane and the other plane.
Yeah.
Unless it's just coincidental that they ended up with the same naming system. That doesn't necessarily have to be. I mean, madness is used for many things. Psychosis.
Sure, but that specific naming scheme sounds...
Oh, welcome back, Baldric.
It makes too much sense.
Baldric's here.
Take over.
Well, hello.
Hey.
That was Baldric speaking, by the way.
I don't know. Kyle might not have been in his computer. He might have just been on Discord, but not talking. Or not listening.
He's here now.
Hello, hi Kyle. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, so
Good.
here's your recap. You guys got to the surface. Nira, you revealed your Legend Lord spell to the party, and they thought about it for a bit. Nira overheard it. Nira did not seem to have any facts to provide regarding any of those anything. She did not recognize it and provided some speculation, but nothing beyond what you guys would probably have at your own fingertips. She then left, so you guys to go to your own affairs, you guys then proceeded to
The library.
go to the library where you did some research on gods. And Doma and Thorak had high religion rolls, and you, with your research, have came to a pretty resounding conclusion of the Pantheon and the hierarchy of the Pantheon and who's on top and who's on bottom, and and even the secret seventh god that most people don't know about because Doma rolled a natural 20 because of lucky. So there are some extra facts that we could regale to you in better detail, I guess, in a moment. But to skim on to the next portion here, after your guys' research there, you did do a little bit more research on mythological weapons, spears specifically. Only one thing came up of note. The library portion you were in was not the restricted area. You only had access to the Commonwealth area, which is very limited information. And so you got generic stuff mostly there. Most of your religion stuff came from Doma and Thorak, not from actual research. And the spear you found was a legendary spear that was created over in the Western States that a Knight Order keeps using now. So it's not the Zenith spear. It's just a different item completely, but a powerful item nonetheless. You guys then left and went to the Verdant Rose, where Evelyn has been unpacking in this lounge area. You guys are in a dim-lit area with a fireplace crackling, and there's a snack tray of crackers, cheeses, and meats. And then there's drinks from whatever drinks you want to have, and you're currently eating, and Evelyn is revealing effectively what her mother had told her in the previous episode. And the party has been...
In a very butchered way.
The party has been providing inquiries into trying to connect the dots about how these things related. So I guess to kind of help you in the religion section, just to give better details on that, there is a Pantheon of Gods, and it's mostly family-oriented. There are two gods at the top, Marlesh and Eleanor. They're considered brother and sister, is what they're considered as. They're not consorts to one another. They're not like husband and wife. They're brother and sister. And then Eleanor is the mother of Venahira and Jalzem. Or maybe I should go in the order of it. So you have Marlesh and Eleanor, and then Eleanor had a daughter, Venahira, and when Venahira was birthed, Marlesh made Drabalor a different god, and Drabalor was a gift to Venahira to protect her from defilement, corruption, evil things that exist in the universe. And so like a guard dog, Drabalor is basically the dog of the family. And he, to this day, supposedly still keeps his charge of protecting Venahira with all his being, because that's what he was created for. But he is a divine entity. After Drabalor, then was Jalzem, and after Jalzem, then you would have the seventh unknown deity that Doma brought up for a brief period of time. And after that one, finally, you have Vlad ascending up into the upper group. So that's the order of that. And then, so your bottom run is like, effectively, Drabalor, Venahira, and Jalzem are kind of in equated power. And Vlad is the newest deity. So he's maybe near their power level, maybe a little bit ahead. It's kind of questionable, but for sure the brother and sister are at the top.
All right, can you catch? So, Marlesh, Eleanor,
Yes.
Venahira, Drabalor,
Jalzem.
Yes.
Jalzem is an Eleanor one then.
He is her
Yes.
son. He's the second child.
And then Vlad.
Vlad is a new one that all the gods brought in. He's not
Correct.
necessarily a child. He's off on his own family
Yeah.
tree. He's immortal that became an archfey that
Yes.
became a god. And there's a seventh.
A seventh god that is
Kixaloony.
that's not actually officially part of the Pantheon. This god is the most chaotic of the gods, and that's why they've been invited numerous times to join the Pantheon. Doma knows this, but she has refused the invitation every single time.
They invited her, and she declines.
She declines. Yeah, Kixaloony.
Even though she's chaotic, they say we still want you in our.
Correct. They they invite her to the order, and she refuses it every time. Now, Doma knows very little about Kixaloony. Kixaloony is a very unknown god. It's a very esoteric god. Very small circles know about her. We are assuming that none of you know anything more than beyond what Doma has shared now, that she exists. It's very rare to even know that she even exists.
Got it. Okay,
so,
okay.
But we have a lead. Relina has an item in the shop that specifically states the name Kixaloony.
Kixlooney's magic mantle was an item that was available to purchase.
That's the one that had the random roll
Yep.
that it would cast sleep and
Tar.
on nat 20 it would do something spectacular or something.
So Relina knows, and
How much was
potentially
that?
Evelyn
We never
Moss
found
knows.
out. Did
You never
we?
know the
No.
price for it. It was expensive.
It's probably expensive.
You can always go check it out.
But that's where Kixlooney is a divine entity, a seventh god, but not part
Sounds
of the
like a good item that a wizard would wear.
So there's the seven gods. We also talked about the alignment. Venahira's lawful good, true lawful, so lawful neutral are Drabalor.
I don't. Alignment means very little to me.
Okay.
I don't need to know what the alignment.
And then we also went over all the titles too.
Wait 1 second. I need to look at the poem. Where did we post this?
It's up there.
It's pinned,
Yeah. Do we have it pinned? Okay.
It's not
isn't
pinned.
it?
But
Oh, I thought it was.
to try to help a little bit here before you go into that, there was specific trying to identify where any of these gods associate to weaving, the weaver needle to the thread, right? Like that comment.
Uh-huh.
And none of the gods' titles have weaving involved with them.
Yes.
So none of the gods are depicted as a weaver, but there is a loose relationship with Eleanor being a god of fate to some capacity, that there is a potentiality, there's shared symbolism there, but there's not a direct title relationship between the two.
Right.
All right, so that hopefully gets you the religion update to a skim portion.
Mm.
You're still trying to rail into that. Okay.
No. I just the clues that we've gotten here are supporting one of my conspiracy theories that I'm quite concerned. I'm quite concerned about, and I was not foreseeing earlier. And now it's just gonna get. It seems like it's a very strong thread now that I'm
Viable.
concerned. But I don't know if I should announce it here or until the after.
Right.
stuff.
So right now we're currently
ETW and I already talked about.
currently
it a little
Evelyn
bit.
is
You're just
talking about-
you're just asking me questions. I'm just kind of loosely telling you guys what
Okay.
happened.
Okay.
and
So-
or what I know.
We actually
your
have
head-
Evelyn. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, in your head, you should theoretically, in Baldur's headspace, you should have access to almost all the information that would have been meta knowledge in the past session, minus like a few key details, like how Evelyn's mom was this like timeline, all the Fey, like the Fey Warder, the Fey Watcher. That
Do we know
wasn't
that she
described
is?
to us.
Do we know
Should
that
we know
she
she's
is
an
I
Arc
haven't
Fae?
gotten to that part yet. Yeah.
Yeah, we know she's an Arc Fae. We know that Evelyn's descended from her. We know that the Arc Fae were these creatures that were ascended by Marlesh, or the elves that were ascended by Marlesh.
Uh-huh.
Vlad was brought
all
up
that.
briefly.
Yeah, Vala was brought up briefly.
She talked about-
the Shadowfell, the Feywild.
Yeah. The origins of them to some capacity. It's Doom.
If I ever get something wrong with like metagame knowledge, please correct me. All right, because I there's no way for me to be able. Just let me know. Okay.
And then I guess the last thing here would be that we're currently talking about the Elven Madness, which is this debilitation that occurred in the Feywild. And there's and I used your character in recognition that is the same name that is used in the second
As
calamity.
another-
The second calamity that occurred on New Ulsul or Estrin at this point, right? Is the Elven Madness, which shares the same name, and Roderick is pausing that the similarity is too coincidental. They are almost certainly the same thing.
Yeah,
the three extinctions were, or almost extinctions were.
Yeah, I just used
Rise of the Ravenous is the most recent one. Elven Madness is the second most recent one. The first one's the Elemental War.
So
that was the Sundering.
Yes.
Yeah, you came just in the cusp of me using your character to regale history's timeline. So I'll just restart it for you for your convenience. So you have the era of the divine, gods creating the world and helping us learn existence. Then you have the era of Arcana, which is where the gods backed off and we got to start experimenting, is how you could phrase it. After the era of Arcana, the first calamity occurred, the Rending, which shattered Estrin, made the Maw of Jalzem, and those that survived here in New Ulsul, in the subcontinent northwest, rebuilt their life. The other 2 subcontinents we can't get to. They're restricted.
We have no idea what happened.
We have no idea what's going on over there, and they have no idea what's going on over here. Basically, is the conclusion. If they're alive,
get to them
we cannot get to them, and they cannot get to us.
because of.
So you since I was using you, I'll let your character just know you're a smart individual. There is incredible elemental interference that prevents physical travel over there. So
Is it a specific, like, so if you were in like I don't know, if the northeast border is gone, is there like a specific element that you're only running into there, or is it all four elements?
It's all 4 elements in incredible chaos. You have
It's the elemental chaos.
So what you have happening in between. So I don't know if you guys have ever looked at the map. I know it's not on the table here, but I did give you guys an image of I think the Eastern map, right? I don't remember if I gave you titles of the names of the.
I think it's in Is that moderator?
I forget if I gave you titles of the names of the straits, but there are. Actually, your
Devil's Spine, the
Strait of Ruin, yeah, and so. These and there's also one called Death's Fork, which is on the far east, which is in between.
We don't have that.
Yeah, but that's in between Sildar and Fureth. It has a name, but these all have very ominous names because these straits or causeways.
That's where the elemental chaos interference is?
Yes. So the Maw Jelzem is incredibly chaotic. It being the source of suspected source of the destruction, and all this polluted energy exudes outward along these oceanic bodies, or maybe not oceanic, but giant causeways of water. And in these portions of water, you can go 10 feet forward and the water is room temperature. Then the next 1 foot, the water is frigid ice. 1 foot past that, it's now boiling hot water. Got it. This also creates
something crazy happened in the Maw Jelzem where there's actually the sea of chaos is actually bleeding in and melding with our world.
Right.
And it's all the prime pieces of the elemental planes, not just one, but all of them mixed together because it's the base root, the sea of chaos, that's just causing chaos in all 3 of these straits.
Which prevents physical travel. Now the distance between subcontinent to other subcontinent, the fissures between them are hundreds of miles along. So it's not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not just like a little 50-foot jump. No, a 50-mile jump. It is hundreds of miles between these subcontinents. So it's like if you were going to try to make a seafaring ship go from one point to the other, you would have to brave these conditions for more than just a day on water, which is why it's suicidal. And anyone that has tried has never come back, which is how they got their names. So, for example, I know that you guys on your map, to the south, there's a thing called Shattered Reach Bay. There have been numerous attempts to head south to Fureth that have ended in many sailors' demise in that region. Now, to give you some more information about this general ecosystem here, because I guess we never talked about this. You might go, what about magical means? Why can't we just teleport over there? Teleportation has incredible interference with it. The feedback possibility is insanely high. Arcanists that have attempted to go from the other one landmass to the other have very high probability of not coming back either, or dying. Just exploding in puddles of blood. There is some sort of severe.
There's Agnir interference trying to get there.
Like the ultimate Agnir.
However, incredibly there have been successful teleportations that have gone and come back, but these people don't seem to.
Far between.
And they don't. Their information's not necessarily. It's more like speculation. Like, this guy did it, and then that person's never talked about in history ever again, kind of thing.
Did anyone ask where the 4 anchors are of the elemental planes?
No, we have not talked about that, but
we don't know if they're only on New Sol. We don't know if there's any in Sildara or Fureth.
I think that's true, because if it was affecting everyone right in this world, then it would go no matter whether it's New Elsa or Sidara or right. So I think the anchors could be there too, but I guess the question then is 3 continents, 4 anchors. So would the 4th anchor be the Maw Jelzem, the center, the epicenter?
Very well could be.
We know that the Mahjong is an anchor, though,
We
because
don't, I guess. No.
No, we don't. We only know that the Medan is the
We
anchor she
only-
came through.
We think Medan is definitely an anchor.
She said that she came through the Medan area
Yeah.
on her
That's
anchor,
right.
I think.
Yeah. Yep.
So we know where one anchor is.
One.
We
Of
don't know
the
that
four.
we don't know the Ma is actually one of the anchors. Then, Laris, is that? Do we know? Can you help me out?
Correct.
Is
Only one anchor has ever been specified to you.
Yes. That was the,
You guys didn't even know these things existed until this Niera conversation.
What? I just made an inference. What if that anchor isn't the pyramid area where Saroth was summoned? This is just speculation. What if that anchor was that pool of water we found where we fought that crystal shadow monster?
It was a big giant
Massive piece of
Magnear.
Magnear. Yeah.
Yeah.
That Agneer was massive.
And we were able to walk on that water.
That mystery water, yeah.
it would make sense.
Let's
Well,
go
no,
back
no.
and check.
We're gonna.
No, we're not going
Sorry,
back.
I'm just-
Time travel.
Sorry. I'm not trying to
Don't
derail us.
get your people
No,
together.
you are absolutely allowed to use in-game time to puzzle it out, and that's good for our viewers' perspective for you guys to do that because they don't they don't know what you guys do in between. So it's
We'd
fine.
be here for hours, though. Like,
I'm fine
Yeah,
with it.
yeah.
I'm not crying about it.
No,
It's
all
a
right.
game of D&D. This is what D&D is. You do not
sure.
need to reserve this kind of speculation to only in between the sessions. You in fact, I would encourage you not to. So, but I mean, I don't feel bad and you should not feel guilty that you're squandering time. Okay. So, just want to make
So-
sure that's clear. You're allowed to speculate. But so currently the topic in conversation right now is the Shadowfell and the Elven Madness, and that it's believed that there's some relationship, that it has come to New Ulster
Correct.
soil once before.
And my guess is that if the Feywild and Shadowfell are connected the way I believe they are, and if the four anchors are going through two of each, so two to Feywild, two to Shadowfell, then that if those two that are going to be then corrupted by the Shadowfell, that could bleed into our world, right?
Possible. Are you in character? Or are we still out of character?
Yes, this was as Evelyn. Yes.
Okay.
That's kind of that's how I'm guessing, I guess, that maybe two of the anchors are corrupt, maybe two aren't, just depending on where they're coming from. But that's all that I can guess.
So DM, I wouldn't, even with my research and knowledge guy, I wouldn't know where the other anchors are in any of my research before. You want me to even do a roll?
study of world anchors, is that common
Because
knowledge?
I kind of knew about the planes and the existence and some other
Absolutely
stuff.
not common knowledge. You may make. I mean, you may make a religion roll, I guess.
Religion for the anchors?
This would be
Ooh.
this would be the best possible way to know where an anchor's from, through religion, through
Interesting.
religion mythos, not
Well-
through history. It's not like governments are going to be like, here's the anchors. It's not there.
Yeah.
And
They would keep it hidden.
And I wouldn't think it's a natural. You could maybe argue Arcana, but that's more like.
Well, I thought maybe history, because before, is all of our history destroyed before the Sundering? We had no
So-
history that predates before that.
during every calamity, there's been massive destruction, and civilization has definitely been put
Lots
back.
of records
But
lost.
the rending was absolutely destructive into the era of Divine, which is often
It's-
thought of being as the most height civilization has ever been. Was in the era of Arcana would be the pinnacle of society.
Because where I'm thinking is that if all of us knew at one point and we were like Pangea connected, we could be like, oh, here's the 4 elemental points, and you would know that because there's maybe a conglomerate of elementals near that area that are related to the plane,
I
or
get
they're
you. I-
But if those records are lost, that's fine. So
religion would be your best attempt to even know any of these. So
all right, I guess I'll roll. All right. Yeah.
you're right. The
That'd
music
be
is
it,
not,
10.
This is just the wind time music. I don't even know what I should do here. What is this? Is this stressful music? 10? No, 10 total.
Yeah, I rolled a 5, and I have
the anchors is not
that's 5.
not something that you would be
There. Okay.
Now, there's something that we could look into later. Whenever we speak with Master Ori, we could get access to the library and restricted section. Maybe there could be some sort of records there.
Yeah.
Or we could ask further Evelyn's mother.
Either one would give us the access we need, I'm sure, to research whatever we wanted to research, for sure.
So, your mother thinks Nadal is the biggest threat at this time, and she believes that Levolt could potentially be subservient to Nadal or even fearful of Nadal. That is good information to know. We don't know much about the spear or where it comes from still, even with your mother's knowledge. We know that she is more powerful than she lets on, as you told us. My big thing is, even with all this knowledge that we've been given, our course of action is still... It doesn't impact us much.
Not at
Well,
all.
no, and I think that we're on the right path that we need to be on at the moment. Yeah. I think we need to go to Veneer. We need to see what we can figure out about Aniel. I mean, my mom unfortunately never saw her in her visions of what she was looking for. So I don't know. I still have to have hope that we can save her. But she also didn't know about the others. She only knew of Nadal and Levolt. She doesn't know anything about Garen. I believe Garen is the...
Marin.
Marin is the other one. So she didn't know anything about Marin or Aniel. Or any of
So
that.
you didn't see Aniel whatsoever.
No. She didn't even know she existed.
So maybe we're already in some kind of deviation from her visions.
We can't be.
No, that wouldn't make any sense, because that would mean every vision would be a deviation.
And that would mean
and
that...
the fact that Aniel exists means that her vision is not... She can't see it, or if she's blind to
She's
it, I
not.
guess.
She's not omnipotent.
Can't
She
see it
doesn't
all.
know everything, right?
But you do bring up a good point in that Aniel is a key player here. The fact that there's no record of her, no one has any information of her, and she has given us the key information we need of, well, that I don't even think anyone really knows about. Did your mother, did you ask her about the information we provided? Did she truly honestly know these things?
You mean before you guys stepped out?
I'm referring to,
Aniel's
does she
story.
know about Aniel's story?
Yes, I did tell my mom about Aniel.
Yes, I was there when we did that,
Yeah.
but I'm referring to, did she know about the events that predated that?
Oh, did she? I don't think that was asked.
The betrayal.
I don't think we talked about any of that. No. Yeah, I wouldn't have that information, but it's something that we can ask my mom and see if she could help us.
And when she met, out of character, she was talking with us, she said that she was she was familiar with an angel creature, but not, and that they might have been, we mentioned that there's angels walking around closing portals, but she didn't say she was familiar with the closing portal. She said, I'm familiar with an angel winged one,
Right.
and his name is Nadal.
Correct.
But she didn't go, oh yeah, they were closing portals because all these
So
bad
then,
guys are coming
I
in."
don't think she would have seen any of that. Yeah.
And that's a whole component of Aniel's story. So
Yeah, and that means that Aniel has even further knowledge predating your mother. That's what I'm getting at. Is that's huge.
Mhm.
I don't know.
okay.
All this is too much for me. We can only do what we can, one task at a time.
Yes, I think these things are all connected because of they are connected because it's reality around us. And if we could understand all the ways that they lined up and puzzle it out, it would make some sense, which could maybe point to some of the gaps of the things that we're looking for. But I must agree, this doesn't change our immediate course of action of us trying to get to Veneer. and to see if it helps Annual. The one thing that I do put pause on, though, is that what happens if we were able to uncover that it would not be worth our time going to Veneer? That'd be wasting precious time that Anya left going on a frivolous reason, a frivolous cause. It would be worthless. We could have maybe done something else that could have helped her, but
Right.
there's no other alternative right now. It's the only lead we had that could possibly help her. So, I mean, the only thing I could think that would pause our course of action is if we could uncover something that says that, I don't know, Venahira's dead. That's the only thing that I could think of that would stop us from going to Veneer.
Well, and so on top of that, I mean, I remember in the council meeting, they also had mentioned, sending a missive to Veneer to send healers west to help with the sickness, right? So maybe that's another, thing that we can explore too. Kind of two birds, one stone. If we do pursue this course of action, is an option. And I did ask next steps. What's the best next step? And of course, she couldn't tell me. So, I mean, we just have the knowledge that we have, and we have to pursue the best line that we can figure from that.
This is just a side thought I was just processing. Does that mean that technically your mother would have been kept out of this world by Anio?
What?
If your mother is from the Feywilds, the original purpose of the weave was to keep things out. Anio would have kept your mother out.
I believe she came in through an anchor after.
I think
That's my point.
Yeah.
Is that
Well, also, Anya, it was mentioned that the repairing the weave limits mass flooding of creatures that are too weak to be able to pierce the weave in the first place. Some creatures, even if the weave was completely repaired, can still burrow their way through the weave anyways. And an archfey, I would believe, would have enough potential to circumnavigate the weave anyways. So sort of, I see where you're coming from. Yes, she's an extraplanar creature, and so repairing the weave would kind of combat against extraplanars, but it wasn't so much designed for Archfey specifically, and none of us also remember that story-wise, lore-wise, mythos-wise, the Archfey were on the benevolent side of the deities. They were there to help actually protect the world because it was being ravaged by elementals. So
right? But
it's somewhere in between the two. That, yes, sort of would stop interplanar creatures, extraplanar creatures from coming onto the material plane, but not particularly aimed at
not that aim, but it's general. That's what I was referring to. It does not discriminate. It just blocks. But just side musings.
Well,
a lot of things going on in my mind right now, but. What?
And I will say, my mom, the warding in the city isn't a mistake. I mean, that's on purpose to keep out Vidal.
Warding? She's an extraplanar creature. Why do the wards not affect her?
I think it has to do with...
Are they only specifically...
I think it's a different physiology, if that makes sense. Like a physiology, like mana-wise.
Do they target specific types of creatures, just demons, just devils, just celestials, and they don't count Fae, or...
I would assume she is the one who made those things, so she obviously excluded herself and her own relatives.
Did she make... No, because... Okay, I might be metagaming here, but okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, stop me if I do. But I believe that she inserted herself into Windheim at certain moments. She wasn't there for all
this
of it.
Wasn't specified. This was not mentioned.
This is not specified. I didn't ask this.
Yeah.
I did not ask that.
Take it back.
My understanding is the understanding I have from the conversation is that she found the right path in her visions and inserted herself at the right moment in history to be in the role that she is in without sharing too much of herself and showing who she really is and using her full power in order to get to this moment here that we're standing in now, to be
She just
able
waited.
to have an attempt to save her homeland. So everything that's led to this exact moment, she had to weave her way through those webs of fate, so to speak, to get to this perfect moment. And it was the only option, the only chance that she could save her home world.
So Evelyn, so potentially she just kind of waited around for thousands of years.
She waited. She knew what she had to do, and she did it. She allowed things to happen that shouldn't have happened to get to this point.
So she played a
knew
long game.
My dad and my sister would die, and she had to let it happen. She knew all of this on this path.
Well, I'm really hungry. Does anyone have a fish pastry or something?
You've
Yeah,
been
we're eating
snacking
it
on
right
the-
now, actually.
Yeah, were those sausages not good enough for you?
Oh. Pass them over here.
Take some more. Take some.
So, I mean, she is. I don't know how she did it. I honestly don't.
Patience, perseverance, tenacity.
That's a lot of person.
Not being able
You know,
to
not
die of
doing
old
much.
age.
Yeah, not doing much for potentially thousands of years.
Well, she was probably doing things, but not being a major player in the political sphere of the world, but looking through the veil, analyzing, understanding when, and then getting the timing, because I don't have much in a sense of divination and scrying, but my understanding would be that you'd be hit with a plethora of options available to you, and it would take time to narrow down which one is the one you want and how to make that one happen. And it's not just like, oh, you see the one future there is. You would see
All of them.
millions, because time can just shot off in a million different directions. So, and any one little thing can cause a different route to be taken. So she might have spent a long time looking into the future to find out which was the outcome she wanted, and making sure it was the one that she wanted.
Yeah, she did say that it does take time to
But maybe
figure it all out in her head.
But maybe she was just sitting around patiently. She found what she needed, and she's like, I have to wait for this one because this is the one. Maybe.
And how she's managed to stay undetected is she's had to disappear and create new personas for different purposes.
Did she mention how long she was on the material plane for?
Well, if it's any indication, she is indeed the Fey Whisperer, the Fey Wanderer, the Fey Watcher, Fey Weaver. Weaver? Walker?
Are you meaning to tell us this right now? Because I thought originally
Yes.
Okay.
She is all of those
All of
things.
them? Oh,
She's had to
shit.
become.
Holy shit.
She's had to disappear and come back and recreate herself and finish the next step on
So
her
she
path.
wasn't just sitting around waiting. There you go, Roderick. She was
wasn't
actually being a
just sitting
political
around waiting.
influence, just different times.
Right.
Just how old
Wow.
is... I know, I asked you as well. You thousands of years old as well, Evelyn?
No, I'm not. I'm
Are you
relatively young
100?
when it comes to
Well,
my
everyone
kind.
is relatively young, considering she's been around for thousands and thousands of years. Are you within 3 digits? Well, I don't
think it's
know.
polite to ask.
I don't.
Arthur, I don't think it's polite to ask.
Sorry,
think it's very
my mind
important.
wandered there.
So, okay, within human standards,
I'm like 24, 25 ish
Oh
years.
my goodness, you're
I'm very
incredibly
young. I told you compared to yes.
Well, everyone
rest.
compared to her, but 24 versus thousands? Why just now? Why did she?
I mean, even in Elven years, she's really, it's really
what
young.
What happened 24 years ago that made her decide after thousands of years?
Whatever she saw in her vision. I guess.
That's not fair. One's if she said, I could have had a children at any point in this time, but I needed to have Evelyn at this specific moment in order to do what I needed to do. She might have had the opportunity. She probably, most certainly, had the opportunity to have a child or whatever. It wasn't she like, oh, well, now I should try having a child. It was probably like she looked into the future, saw an outcome that she's like, I need to have that one. In order for that to happen, I need to have Evelyn. I have to wait until this specific moment where I can have Evelyn.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I don't think she was just wasting time.
She didn't waste
just
time,
idling
no.
time without a specific reason.
Right.
Okay.
Evelyn, how do you feel about that? Just the thought that
It's a lot of pressure, I guess.
Are you not angry at her?
Honestly, no. I mean, I saw it. She showed me our home, and family's always worth fighting for. At least I think so. And she's fighting for her family. She's trying to save her family, my family. So I can't be angry at her for that. I wish I had known things. I don't even know if I wish I knew things before now, because I don't know if I would have been able to understand the gravity of everything. But
Or are
I
you
just
thinking
don't
that?
know what to do next.
Are you thinking that she should be upset because she's like a tool? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I don't want to pry into personal matters.
But this is the only.
Oh.
But this is
I
the.
don't feel.
This is
I
the
don't
only
feel like
chance
a
you.
tool. Sorry.
Go
I
on,
don't
one
feel
at
like a
time.
tool. But yeah.
This is her only chance to have existed ever, though. You know, I mean, it was either this or never. Kind of like the whole thing that Daniel mentioned. If you don't agree with all the terms and conditions, there's no existence at all. So does Evelyn? Basically, Evelyn has a. You're asking Evelyn, does she like existing? Period. Whether even if future things include maybe some hardships because of being a tool. These are things are really
unlike
hard that we
Daniel.
won't be able to puzzle out in just a few moments. This is a lifetime
And I-
of philosophy, and even them who dedicate their entire lives to this craft, they don't have any answers. They
And
never
I-
will have answers.
I'm still
Daniel.
trying to figure it all out in my own head, honestly, as I'm trying to tell you and explain it to you, and that's why I can't explain things correctly, because I'm still trying to digest it and
Well, Anya was
feel
asked
how I
and
want to
she was
feel about it.
given- She was given the terms and conditions. She was told what was happening. Nobody asked Evelyn. She was just thrown in here and told
Well, she did
all this
ask.
pressure on you.
She did actually ask if I wanted
Wow.
to.
Well, I think he means like she asked you now. You
Right.
didn't have a choice.
You were asked
in the
now.
beginning.
You were. I mean,
No child has the option if they want to exist or not.
Very true.
And I mean,
think a
and
point
there's
is
no
being
way
made
for
here.
you. All life is ups and downs. You can't just look at the negative and say, "I wish I never existed in the first place," because there was times when it wasn't so bad, right? Well, not for everybody. Sometimes people are just living in misery the entire time. And I look over towards Toma. Some people are literally born in hell. So, I mean, this is going to take us nowhere. We're going to run in philosophical circles, but we can never find a standard that can apply to every single person's existence. It's just, I hate philosophy. Oh.
But I'm not mad. I mean,
If it's
she's
any
is on the path that she thinks is right, doing what she can to help.
if it's any consolation, Evelyn, I was at one time lost on what path I should take in my life, which is how I earned this brand on my back. my charge. But the wise branch I spoke to, sorry, one of the roots of the civilization, he told me that no one has control over their birth, but the circumstances of their birth do not determine their worth. Even the smallest of leaf can be an important part of the entire tree. Or even can go off to branch a whole new tree. So, you've been doing great things before this knowledge. You will continue to do great things after this knowledge.
I hope so, because I don't know what happens if I fail. I don't want to find out what happens if I fail.
We're here with you.
Well, if you fail, we all fail.
One hell
Then
of a
the
choice
world
that is.
plummets into chaos. But
Yeah.
it's not just you alone, Evelyn. You've got Doma, the stout vanguard for us. You've got Thorak, the stubborn rock that you can rely upon. You've got our agile, quick as the wind, Ikal, to help protect us and get to where we need to quickly to hold them off. And you've got Roderick, who can leak information. Yes, positive.
You're funny.
Who accesses spells and things that we could not even comprehend. The only things that have existed since time beyond could even tap into. You have a doctor as well. I patched you up a few pieces bit here. Oh, and you also have an angel, apparently.
Hopefully we can save her. Speaking of things, I reach into my bag and I take out a book and I hand it to Ikal and I tell him to read it. It'll help you, I think, in ways that it won't help anyone else in the party or our group of people. And I give him the Tome of Understanding.
Tome of Understanding.
This book, when you spend 40 hours over like 6 days, you will increase your wisdom stat by 2.
Wait, you guys got that from the Marlesh Temple? When did that happen?
Sure did.
The Temple of
I thought you
Thorns.
did this whole time.
The Temple of Thorns, they got 3 items. The item was there, but they had to do a detect magic to see it even if it was a possibility.
Yeah, I remember that. But I didn't remember them taking
They
it.
did take it. They took that.
They
Does
did.
this new stat cap at 20, or does it go?
It goes beyond it.
It
can go beyond the stat
It goes
cap.
beyond it, but it only allows you to get to that. Yeah, so his ceiling will rise
it's
by
very
2.
powerful. It's very powerful. And then, like after you use it, like it gets locked away for 100 or 1,000 years, or something like that, right?
Century, yeah.
100 years if it follows the same rules as the DMG.
Oh, great!
I think
nice.
that this will help you and help us for the next.
So
Steps in our journey.
before you read it, you have the option to go. Is it best in the group for you, DTW? Is the call getting two wisdom better for you than anyone else? Now, I'm not making that decision for you, but this is a party decision. It's not one person's decision.
It boosts my medicine abilities.
You're only gonna be alive. You're only gonna be alive for another 2 years, anyways. What is that?
Hey, what, so I get nothing?
Yeah.
I bought scraps. It doesn't matter. You'll be dead tomorrow.
I just went seniority, you know.
Yeah.
Think it over.
Okay.
You know, if you think that maybe it's best with someone else, that's your decision. But I think that it might be able to help you.
Now, I know that normally people are very, some DMs are very courteous, and a lot of people like to read and ride a horse. You will not be able to do that. You would need a situation that allows you to read while traveling, like a wagon. If you don't have that, you're not reading while traveling. And there is a timeline. You must read that period of time in a set amount of days, or you have to wait until your next attempt. But you can keep attempting, but I mean that's what it comes out to being. So it does take good foresight and planning to actually get the stats from that. But it's a really good fucking magic item.
Which is why I wanted to give it to you while we're here in town before we do our traveling.
True. All right.
See if you have time to get that read.
Okay.
And lo and behold, it's in a language that you can read. It's written in Dwarvish. So if people couldn't read Dwarvish, they would have to have found a way to read Dwarvish.
Well, all right.
No, that was never even considered upon, because no one, she just grabbed it and put it in her bag and hasn't talked about it since for like 30 episodes. Here you go! It's written in Dwarvish.
He's gonna be so happy, he's gonna sit down, open it, and go like,
I can't read. But yeah,
I can't read it.
Thank you, Evelyn. I will make sure to. I'll think on it, like you said. Right. What were we discussing?
Well, we were just finishing a philosophical loop at existence, and then I was trying to. You're not alone. You may feel like, yes, the consequences of us not succeeding are very dire, but none of us are alone. And so that was supposed to be a little bit of kick in our step. And we also have other people that don't exactly follow along in Heartseeker, but can support us. Your mother and Sophia and some other people's names. And then we'll have yes. So it's not hopeless. I guess it's actually a bit comforting knowing that your mother thinks that this is we're on the right stream, spindle, thread.
We're on the right spindle, she said, yes.
Well.
What's that mean?
Probably more philosophical stuff, though, right?
Oh, well, we don't want that, do we?
No, we don't want that.
Right, great.
Okay. What time is it now? Probably like 4 or 5?
Oh, it's post 6 p.m. You guys are approaching 8 p.m. That's what you're approaching right now.
Is the day that the statue or something?
No, tomorrow.
No, tomorrow. And we couldn't talk to the council members
It's at
tonight.
noon tomorrow. We can talk to some council members in the morning if we get up early enough, and then we can talk to them in the afternoon a bit. There's no they don't have any meetings or forums they're doing tomorrow because of the ceremonies.
So how about we aim to round up around 8, get together and to talk to a couple of the council members, and also see if we can get into requests for better access.
Library access.
Yes.
When are we
Do I have what I would need to get access? No, you said I would need it from my mom or Ori, right?
You would need a governmental approval for restrictive access.
Perfect.
Yeah, your nobility does not give you that.
When are we going to discuss what we found out with Anio?
Ooh, well, I guess we can now.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, out of character. We're talking about her whole story, period? Or what are you referring to?
I stated what I stated. When are we going to discuss? I mean, if we in character, just.
So are you referring to the fact that with Aniel's backstory of betrayal and imprisonment and?
No, I'm more so referring to this new information that we have. Maybe Anio could.
Oh, that Nadal is more threatening.
Yes, and the Marlesh and elevating the Archfey and what all Anio has to think about this.
How do we do it in a way that she'll know that we weren't talking about her history?
There is no. You have to.
Well, and I remember I already told you that I would be willing to tell her that I told my mom the truth. I think the knowledge was more important than anything at that juncture.
You're willing
to
tell her
this time you got a secret to tell back, yeah?
Right. What I was going to say. Are you willing to tell Aniel what your mother told you? I assume she's also done this in secret.
I mean, I have to kind of tell her if I'm going to tell her about what my mother knows, right? I kind of have to tell her some of it. Hmm.
I do not like lying. You do not have to divulge that we told about Eniel's secrets. You can just say what your
I
mother
was gonna
told you.
leave it at we just got information on the others, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna play with Danielle, honestly.
Right.
Well,
Well, maybe we lead off at your mother's more than she says. That builds credibility that she might actually have clues to help. And then therefore the risk was less because we knew that there was resources available that no one else could possibly share with us because of how long-lived she is. And so maybe that can help
Honestly,
mitigate.
I don't think.
Bedside
be
manner was never
surprised
one of
if-
my strong suits. I just
wouldn't be surprised if Aniel didn't already know that, right? I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't already have that inclination or that wondering, right?
What, that your mother was
No, that like what we all want may not be plausible, right?
what? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Just with Aniel's situation, I'm saying. I don't know that Aniel thinks she's going to survive, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know that she thinks that. But she may.
Well, let's just prove her wrong.
She will.
Yeah. There's no need to tell her, like, we think you're gonna make it or not. Just do it. And then when she does make it, she can thank you for it.
Well, of course, we're not going to tell her that.
Yeah.
But it is a realistic outcome, sadly, that we may encounter, which hopefully we do not have to worry about.
Did you ask her mother about her?
She didn't
She
see
seems to
her.
be able to tell the fuck.
That's why I'm saying. She didn't know she existed
So-
until she met her here.
Wait. Hold on. So, your mother and everything that's been happening so far was decided based on her ability to see the future. Hence, she decided to have you when she did. But in this future, she didn't see Aniel. Which means only one of two things. Either Aniel dies, or we're not on the same spin.
Or she's just too much of an enigma for my mother to see clearly. The more a creature has webs or lines of possibilities, which a higher level creature like Aniel or Nadal would, given that she's had difficulty trying to see clearly with them previously, I'm guessing Aniel's the same. And so if they have so many different threads, and she just might not have seen us intersecting hers, right? But that's the information she told me, is that she did not see Aniel. She did not know of her until they met here.
All this is doing is just further cementing the fact that Aniel is an extremely important key piece.
And that we need to get her better.
Well,
I still don't understand
Well,
how that all went down. Just the whole sibling.
that call would stand up and say, like I said, I've never been one for just sitting. I've always been more for action. I'll go check up on Aniel since I know we discussed that before. I'll be there. He'd leave.
You leave the room.
I think Thork is going to stand up as well. I think, wait up, I think we should all get going. We've been through this many, many times.
we can only talk about the same
thing.
thing.
Yeah. We've learned nothing new, we've only added. He's going to look at Evelyn. If I still believed, I would pray you're right about Daniel right now.
Roderick wanted us to get up when? What time tomorrow?
Said meet about 8.
Okay. Well, there's one thing I'd like to go take care of on my own then, real fast. I can meet up with you later. Where are we meeting up at 8? Geldon's? Your place?
I think
You
he
guys
meant
could just
8
meet
in
here.
the morning.
Yes, that's yeah.
Okay.
Calculation-wise, there's something I can do within that period of time that would benefit the party. So
Gotcha.
barely. So, well, your place, Geldins.
I
Some other
just come
place,
here.
Relena's.
All right,
Just
we're
come
out
here
of
because
here.
if we're gonna go to the council, we want to see some people from the council. It'd be here in the city. We'd be looking.
Fair enough.
Grandview
8
Park.
o'clock.
That's right next to the Telefont.
We could meet there. Yeah.
Yes. Just stay away from Heights Point Plaza. That place is, yeah. You want to be near more of the, Ark Bengala. That's for sure. That's right. Yeah, I'm right. I got the right things. I was in the Ark Bengala. Worm was where it is. Yeah, okay, great.
At 8
Well-
o'clock, the Grandview Park.
Okay, I am going to go out and take care of something. I will see you tomorrow at 8 at Grandview Park. Excuse me. Lady, my lords.
Me lords.
Alright, so Thor, Paul, and Baldric leave. Alright, I think
going on
it's
with Mike Allen?
who's got the static popping? Is it Evan?
That's Owl's mic, I believe.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
it's Al's mic.
Is your hair brushing into it maybe or?
It might be.
Okay. All right. So 3 of you leave.
There we go. Fixed.
Doma, Roderick, and Evelyn are still present here. Is there anything else that you three would like to do while in the Zestira estate?
I don't think so. I think Doma wants to go check on Anniel too, so he's gonna hop after Hero Catman. You guys take care. Frickin' shout if you need anything, I guess. Might follow after.
So
Someone's going with
in this case, just bring it up a Kyle. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll give you a moment here. So let's go. Sorry. So Doma's following the train to Anniel's. Evelyn and Roderick. Is there anything that is Roderick even there? Doesn't look like it.
Roderick isn't here.
Okay. So anything that you wanted to do, or did you just want to follow the train with them then? Al?
Or
No.
Okay. Then we'll assume that Roderick and Evelyn stay here. Everyone else makes their way over to the Geldins besides Baldric. So Baldric, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to get Liam and Tiny Hut. It's going to take 6 hours to copy a spell according to the things. 2 hours
Do you
per
have
spell.
a source for the spell, though, is the thing.
Okay,
Is
can I spend some time looking for it and then maybe like half copy the spell book?
So
Spell in my spell book, maybe?
here's the thing about sources of information. Those cost money. They're not gonna be just open for use of like here's Lehman's tiny hut. They don't just give these magics out for free, right? So one way to get these magics is to buy a spell scroll, which then allows you to scribe it into your book. You can pay a prominent arcanist who would know the spell you want and put it in your book, or you could find it in the real world and put it in your book, right? You have to have the connection, and if you are not well affiliated with Windheim, which Baldric is effectively not very well affiliated with Windheim currently anymore, the means of you having access to that spell just in your repertoire right now is not very high. So unless you have an extra ounce of money somewhere, which I don't think you do, I don't think you're able to find it and afford it at this point in time.
Okay, fair enough.
But come tomorrow, maybe there will be access to something that would let you get the ability to see information that normally would cost currency. So, i.e., the restricted section in the library might have spells that they are willing to partake upon individuals.
Maybe I won't have 6 hours to waste writing in a library because everyone else is going to be leaving and doing stuff. So,
right. This is the junction that I'm stuck with, though, unfortunately. So, okay. So, anything else that you'd like to try to do?
How much time does it take for me to copy a spell down and then later practice it in my spell book? Then could I write the components and then later do the 6 hours of practicing and chanting and stuff to learn the spell?
Technically, you need to be at the point of reference for this. The full transcription portion technically is the requirement.
Okay.
So, but I mean, this is where it kind of gets a little wonky when you're copying it from the spell scroll, right? Like, you could theoretically break that up because you have your reference constantly with you, right? So it's possible to piece it, but in the end, you would have to pay the full allotment of time and make more. So you could... The easy answer would be get the reference and bring it with you. If you want to go if you want to go stop by Lemir's Emporium and see if she sells said scroll...
She doesn't. We already know that she doesn't.
You could ask her. There's also another enchantment shop, Real Enchants. You don't know how much it's going to cost, but you could check.
Do I dare step into Real Enchants, though? Do I dare do it?
Real Enchants.
And she'll be like, you! Get him, Mr. Hoots!
Why is she a goblin?
Because she's getting all angry.
All right, so would you like to do anything like that?
Worth a shot.
No, I don't want to do stuff. I don't want to do an adventure on my own. I'm trying to do this, not take up too much of the game's time.
That's not how it works. You get adventures on your own if I find it appropriate.
Do it.
Go get it, man.
All right. Dang, I'm sorry.
Do it.
Everyone can do this.
Evelyn
had 4 hours dedicated, or 5 hours dedicated to her yesterday, basically.
Yeah,
so.
Just think back how I went and found a library myself that one time.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go. I'll stop by Real Enchants because I'm pretty sure Belina would point me in a direction, but she doesn't have the scroll. So I'll stop by Real Enchante.
So you go to the Oriat district, and you're gonna go to Real Enchants first. Is where you're gonna go to.
Yeah, and it's 6 o'clock, so I think Lilina's place will be closed anyway. So
it's 8 p.m. actually.
Oh, it's 8 now. Oh,
8.
yikes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'll stop by and see what their stock is.
Okay, so as you make your way to Verdant Rose is close enough that you actually do catch them. They are literally closing up shop actually as you're coming in.
Excuse me. All right, wait.
There's
quick question. I know exactly what I'm looking for. You just have to tell me if it's in stock or not, and I'll be out of your hair lickety split. No need to call the guard and have me thrown into a tower good stockade or something. Does that sound good? Yes, I have money. Yes.
So as you come saying that in, you see there was 2 short people, and they're kind of talking to each other, having really raspy voices. I'm mocking it! Okay, just make sure you're mocking already! I'm mocking it, I tell you, dude! Not scared! Wait! Oh, you have money, do you? Whoa! And you see 2 goblins in front of Real Enchants. They both turn to you. Oh yeah, we have
Just tell me if you have a certain scroll in stock. Do you have Leomin's tiny hut?
Do we have that one? Of course we do, you dunce! Open the doors back up! Oh yeah, right. Come on in, sir, please! Oh man, this key's not... Turn it already! Alright, I'm doing it, dumb! And then it turns on the door.
Goddamn.
The 2 goblins make their way in, and before they suddenly kind of clean themselves up real quick, and then butlers, they just are, please come on in.
I'd like to, out of character, when you're doing the goblin scream, just a little bit further away from your microphone. Just a tiny saturation 1,000,000 times.
Okay.
So
fair.
Okay.
I don't need...
Oh, how very courteous of you, yes! I walk in. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so let's just get a brass tacks, alright? Leomin's tiny hut. How much are you looking to purchase that scroll?
Leomin's tiny hut. Yes! Well, let's, Risa, go get that. I'll be right on it! And Risa, the female goblin, runs off down the aisles, basically. The place is really poorly lit right now, right? Because they were basically closing shop. Right over here. Let's get to the counter. Let's open up the books, right? Alright, let's see what we got here. Raven's tiny hut. Oh, geez, that's pretty high-level magic. That's not going to come cheap, friend.
It's 3rd level evocation. What are you talking about? Third level evocation.
3rd level evocation. Oh, 3rd circle magic's pretty advanced stuff, you know. I mean, no.
All right, I will not be has-been and smoked and mirrored here. I know where I get values. Let's just cut the shenanigans and tell me the price.
Make a persuasion.
All right, come on. And then what's my persuasion? I think I only got like a +1, so +1, so 17.
17.
Not bad.
It really isn't.
All right. Let's see. Let me reference something real quick. Items.
Probably can't afford this.
All right. Yeah. I like your give. You know, you seem like a very knowledgeable and powerful arcanist. Love to have repetitive business with you, right?
God, the butter.
Right?
Okay, listen, time is money, and I don't have a lot of either, so let's go. Well, actually, I do have money. Wait, don't die. I don't have plenty of money.
You don't have money, huh? Well.
I have money! Yes, yes.
That's right. That's right.
How would I be wasting your time?
And
Let's
then
go.
the female goblin comes up, and she's got like short red hair, and she just puts the scroll on the counter. 1 Leomund's tiny hut. All right, it's gonna be 500 gold. It's not 500 gold. What? Not 500 gold. We're cutting business. Straight to the point. To the D. We'll give you a discount, not 500. Normally, that's what we would charge. It will just be a simple 250 gold.
Fucking what a discount!
That's half off.
That's half off.
Okay, so me being a learned magic caster, does that sound reasonable? I don't really know.
It sounds reasonable.
Sure.
The way he said that.
What was the names? Risa and what was it? What was your names again? Risa and what was the other one?
I forget the other one's name. I think it's an R name too. 1 second. I was trying to cuff it. Went off the cuff. Wainheim. Real and Chance. Where the hell are they? What number are they on the?
They
Oh, I got
are
it. Okay. Riso and Risa. Yeah.
Riso and Risa.
Riso and Risa.
Okay, good. Risa and Risa, you have yourself a deal. Will platinum be okay?
Platinum? Absolutely! I love platinum. It's just the way it sparkles. I get one of those too, right? Of course you do. We're a joint business. Well, the Globe Tools love doing business with you, sir. So let's just go ahead and get that on there. So 250 gold, that's going to be...
25 platinum now.
you
There
have
you
to-
are. 1, 2, there you are.
Ooh, perfect. Why, thank you very much. And here's your...
Oh, that
physical-
one's dirty. Prestidigitation. There you
Yes.
are, clean.
Oh, so impressive.
Sparkling.
Wow, you arcanists are really amazing.
All right,
walk in on?
let's. Can I get a receipt, please?
Receipt? Risa, get a receipt. Right back.
She runs off into about back there. You hear her trip. Go! And she gets up and crawls off into another area before, maybe a minute later, a scrawled piece of parchment with an invoice of just written in very sloppy handwriting, but it is in common. Leomund's tiny hut, 3rd level spell, evocation.
Can I is it alright if I open the scroll quick and just inspect the goods real fast?
Yes.
Am I
go.
being?
Okay?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I'll catch up with you guys a little later. Okay.
Understood, dude.
All right, bye.
Take care, man.
So it does appear to be what you're looking for.
Wonderful, excellent. All right, and then for the receipts, thank you very much. I look forward to being another future patron of yours if we can keep these transactions expedited. Thank you, and have a wonderful, splendid evening.
All right, so you leave with your Leomund's tiny hut, and
Yep.
you.
I tracked the platinum already.
Okay. All right. So you've procured a source that you can now over time transcribe into it. It will still cost the same cost to get it in there, though, right? It's an additional cost to permanently put in your book, but you now have that. All right. Yeah, that's
How much of my night did that take? You said you got there at 8 o'clock.
You got them. You
45
got
minutes?
there right as they were closing, so they were like maybe a little late, 10 minutes late. So yeah, it's like 8:15 right now.
Getting back to Geldon's, it's 8:15, or
No. Right now in the
Aureate
Aureate district, it's 8:15 p.m. To get back to Geldon's, it's gonna cost you maybe another half an hour or so.
I'll get there at 9.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to be at the Grandview Park at 8, so I'd have to wake up at like 7, so I can get. How many hours is that? Somebody help me out here.
That's an hour, right?
9 to 7. That'd be 8. Right. Oh, I need to sleep too.
Or you just take the exhaustion and. Stay up
This
No,
old
that's
man don't like no exhaustion on him.
So you need 8 hours of sleep. So you need to be there at 8. So you need to be in bed by noon.
So I'm gonna do-
Before that,
I'm
you
gonna
need to
do
be
3
at
hours.
11.
I'm gonna do 3 hours of studying on it. So I'll spend 3 hours. Which is half. It needs 6. It's 2 hours per spell level and 50 gold for each block of that. So I could do half of it.
Well,
So-
technically, your long rest doesn't have to be all sleeping, right?
You can do light activity.
Yeah. that include
light activity. I don't know if I would consider scrawling can be very light. You might find sources of information that differ from that, but I don't really feel it. I feel like it's a little too taxing mentally on it, so I will not count it as a light activity. So,
Alright, so
you can do if you want to do 3 of the 6 hours, you can. That would be 75 of the gold cost down right now.
Perfect. So 75 remaining, 3 out of 6. Cool. All right.
Okay.
So another 75 gold. Oh boy, money. 3/6, and then we're gonna put a comma, and then 75 out of 150 G, and then I need to actually subtract this. Oh boy.
You can take a call. You can take a call's money.
No, you don't have any money.
I've got 79 gold.
That's right. I don't want to take your money.
All right. And you make your way back to Gildan's and start writing the stuff down, basically, that's the plan?
Yeah. And I'm going to do some math in my head while you guys can move on to the next thing. Thank you for your time. Sorry, guys.
Okay. So anyone else want to do anything else with their evenings here? Besides go back and check in on Annual. Okay, so go in and check back on Annual. Oh, Thor.
Walking back. Well, there's 3 of us. I'd like to... Oh, it was obvious. I can't hide it. Pull Mr. Call a bit to the side. Just wave Domo. We'll be right behind. Just want a moment with the catman here. And we'll be like, 50 feet behind him. He can just turn and see us, just out of earshot.
You guys are currently in Grandview Park.
Be awkward
not,
like that.
Not terribly far from the statue, actually. So, Doma, do you agree with it? Do you continue on? Okay, so you're like 50, 60 feet away. You're admiring the nature that's present here. You can see the artificial lake, and the light is reflecting off of it. It's relatively clear out now. There is a moon in the sky, so there's a nice like white crescent that's reflecting off of it, and there's stars above you. It's pretty, and it's not too cold yet. It's in the 50s, but it's not too cold yet. All right, so back to Thorek and Akal, who are near the statue.
What is it?
Near the statue, you say? Oh, but I want to look at the statue as well. Okay, never mind.
The statue is illuminated. There is an orange-hued light that is showing it, but we'll ignore that. Go back to your conversation.
Yeah, we'll do this first. We'll look at the statues later. Alright, so as we're walking, I feel like you're one of the last few with Baldric I can turn to at this, right? First Anil showing up and being an extra-planar being herself was, as you remember, quite unsettling news. Next, I found out Doma is from whatever hells. Roderick is connected to the Elder Demons of Eldritch whatever.
I believe that was their name, yes.
Yes, you know what I mean. I'm trying to make light of it a little. Now I found out Evelyn is an Archfey. You are from around here, right? You are from the same mountain I come from.
Yes, I am. I would. Yeah, there's nothing special about me.
Insight.
Sure. Go ahead.
Your role determines that he's telling the truth.
I'm telling the
he's
truth.
been sincere. He sees himself as an ordinary person, part of a society structure, nothing out of the extraordinary that meets any of these cosmic divine cats beating each other up in the background kind of situation.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good. Well, it's just one of the things. It's very hard to wrap my head around everything that's been happening. I mean, just a few weeks ago, we left a mountain that was our entire world, and it's even more than our entire world out here. And all these extraplanar creatures, deities, and we've come to physical contact with them. We've spoken to them. It's so surreal. It's getting hard to trust. If you know what I'm going for. I just need someone to pick my mind, or vice versa. What the hell to make of all of this? What do you make of all of this?
Well, I'm no philosopher. I'm no studious one, but we've been inside that mountain for so long. our view of things are very minor. We think about what happens here, what happens now, what's dealing with our neighbors. It's small, you know. But in actuality, is the moment we stepped outside the gates. You know, look up at the sky above you. There is no limits. There's. Can you see one? So. I think of everything as pretty much that sky up there. Now, at least, that I can't know what's up there, but it is beautiful to look at.
I'm sure there's a ceiling at some point.
There might be.
And then it goes into another plane, and then another one, and then another one.
And you're always stepping outside of another gate to another beautiful sky.
Starting to hate gates.
Look. Has anyone, regardless of their affiliation in this party, done you wrong?
Not yet.
See, you have an innate distrust for people. You must have had a very rough childhood.
How wouldn't I? Well, first, I admit I was a bit in the wrong with what happened with Aniel, but shortly after, she recanted her tale of all of them betraying one another left and right, which kind of proved me right, but regardless the topic, we then promise her we will keep her secret no matter what, and the very next day, we found out Evelyn is also from another plane, and what do you know? She spills the secret almost instantly.
I forgive her slightly because it was her mother. I mean, she was put in a situation where that was the only option she could see. I'm sure that if you have loved ones, if you had information that was important to them, you would be put in a bind. I'm not saying you would cave and tell them the secrets, but you would be hesitant.
Luckily for us, there's no one left to tell.
Why is that?
Well, they're all dead.
What happened?
A lot of things, and over a very long period of time. It's not a story for now, anyway. Not with how overwhelmed we've been with information recently. Perhaps one time when everybody's around.
Fair enough.
A few of you remind me of a few of them. It scares me a little.
If I just have one thing to say about it, I'm sorry to hear of your loss. But from everything it sounds like the gods are no different from mortals. They're capable of betrayal, but they're also capable of great good. It goes hand in hand. And so, I would like to believe in them, like I believe in you. He bumps you on the shoulder.
Pat you on the shoulder back and say, as much as you remind me of them, I just hope you don't meet the same fate. And he'll look at you, and it's almost as he's like looking through you. I'll do my best not to fail you again. And he'll lower his head and keep walking forwards.
But don't worry about that. I'm the hero cat man.
The two of them regroup with you, Doma.
So how was that? Nice night, huh? Sure gotta listen to those crickets walking here by myself.
What is a cricket?
That weird chirpy thing over there.
Oh, that's what that was.
I don't think I've ever actually tracked one down. Can Doma like wander off and try and track down a cricket? I want to know what it looks like.
You struggle, but a call effortlessly catches one really quickly.
Is this one of those crickets?
Your innate
You
survival.
like open your hand, it like jumps on Thor.
He catches it. He catches it in like midair, and it's like he opens his palm and it's not even crushed. He had enough agility to not like crush it in his hand, right? The thing like flies off. Oh.
So that's what a cricket looks like.
It's interesting. It was like scraping itself.
Yeah, I heard all about them. Like, I hear them all the time, but I've never bothered to look. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
It's the little things.
Little things, big noises.
Are they edible?
Most
They might
things
be.
are.
Just look at Doma weirdly.
Hey, you get used to eating weird stuff, all right? When all
Yeah,
you're fed is weird stuff.
What did you eat in hell?
It's a good
So
question.
did you even eat? Do you need sustenance?
I eat. I'm
Okay.
just not sure what I was eating most of the time. Claris, what would you equate what I was fed in hell
So
to?
they have food. There is produce, but the produce too is so meat. Mostly it's meat, but there is also a variety of fruits and vegetables. But these are very non-delectable items.
Fruit roll up. Wink,
Fruit
wink.
that doesn't have any sugar in it.
if you are part of the devil hierarchy, so if you're a true devil, you do not need to consume like that.
You know, artificial sweeteners. Almost everything sweet tastes like an artificial sweetener in hell.
So yeah, but being a mortal race that just happened to live in hell, you needed to consume calories still, and so there was food available.
Mostly just mystery meats, honestly, back down there.
And
Most of the time, I couldn't even tell if it was meat.
Well,
Hell vegetables.
Maybe one day you'll try them.
who knows?
Hopefully not because you're sent there.
Right, yeah, well. Hope so before that happens. I hope so to try one.
Well,
You'll see, which is really uncharacteristic for Thorek, is smiling for once and laughing. And then
Aw.
as he just sort of catches himself, he goes back to his grumpy old self.
brooding.
Almost a little angry than
Back to
before.
brooding.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, he seems a bit upset.
Right.
And I assume we make it to Anil by now.
You guys make your way back to Geldon's. You enter inside, and then you go up to the door, and you open the door, and there's a dog. She's not pinned underneath it, but it does look like she's sleeping right now. Dog, though, as you open the door, its head perks up. It sees you, but then it just kind of lays back down.
It doesn't seem like the dog's panicking. Good job before attacks.
You hear a do, 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 do. You see there's a tail that's just striking into the wall.
So, like, spiked? Is it just ruining the wall?
It is a scaled tail, not spiked, but scaled, and so it's hitting the wall. There might be some paint scuffing or something happening.
I don't know. Do you guys want to wake her up? Or should we just let her sleep? Talk to her in the morning?
Maybe we came here to check on her. I was going to offer food if she hasn't eaten. I don't recall. Did she require to eat?
She doesn't know.
She does.
Oh. Well,
Creepy just standing here. Well, you should say something.
I knock on
Knock
the door.
Yeah, knock.
I guess you knock on the door, and then there's stirring in the beds. Before you see some golden hair, like peek up underneath the covers. She like pulled them like all the way up, and she pulls them down. And you see her blue eyes, and then, oh, that's a little awkward. How long have you been all standing there?
Oh, we
Yes.
just
Moment.
got here.
Right. Is there something you need? What time is it?
It's
Like-
8 in the afternoon.
Oh, the whole day's gone already.
That's always the time, right, Doric?
Yeah, I'll check my clock.
8:35.
And I wind it up.
Wind it up.
Hey, don't forget to wind it. Hey.
And now here's Baldrix is kind of whistling to himself. I have a spell scroll as he's making his way back to Gullens right now. But he just passes Pike Point's Plaza. He sees it. He gets sour. Alright, so
Worms. I grab a rock.
Oh
The
no!
window looks pretty breakable.
you're not in Pike's Point, but you can see the building. You're but
You can see the building. You could throw that rock.
you'd have to get close. You'd have to go into Pike's Point Plaza to do it.
Or cast catapult.
Or cast catapult.
No, no.
I put the rock down. They're on the way.
Not today. All right, so back to the Geldans in the room. Is this something you needed?
No, like I said, we were just coming to check up on you, make sure that you had eaten and were okay. You'd been gone most of the day.
I did have some of the rations that Evelyn got me, so that sufficed. But thank you.
Are you still hungry?
Do you want
We're
real
about to eat
food?
dinner.
I mean, if are the others here?
Yeah, most of them.
Evelyn and Roderick, I believe, are staying at the other estate tonight.
I think if almost everyone's here and we're going to eat, then I'll join you.
Alrighty then.
Alright, take your
Guess
time.
We'll go downstairs and get a table and have some dinner.
All right. So
Come on, Vortex.
comes lumbering after you, and each like jump is the board's like creaking pretty heavily from this thing.
Wait, how heavy is Vortex? Oh my god, dude.
He's a pretty heavy master. Do you have Vortex follow you downstairs?
Oh yeah, I gotta feed him.
Right.
Do you?
Yeah. So there's some shrieks. Yes, you do. His creation
boy.
does need to be fed because it's a permanent creation, so it needs to consume or it will fade.
Don't worry, well-trained animal, folks, coming through. Well-trained animal.
Oh, what the hell is that thing? Oh, we're under attack! Get the goal! Get the goal!
Well-trained animal, folks.
Eventually get your own corner table. A lot of
He
you.
will not bite you. He
Very-
will drool on you.
Very unusual racial creatures. Half orc, white tabaxi, tiefling, blonde woman who looks very sick. the four of you
And the dog.
are in a corridor, and most of the other guests close their dinners pretty quickly. And it gets
I
pretty.
almost think the dog is the most normal looking one.
The devil dog,
He's
pretty
not a dog.
unusual.
Pretty funky looking dog.
So, unfortunately, Baldric got up, so he would have joined you guys here at some point. But I don't, unless there's a conversation you wish to have with a lot of you all. It'd be a quick dinner.
Casual dinner.
Yeah, I think just
Healing session. Nighttime.
Yeah.
I'm sure Aniel would inquire about your day and be like, "Oh, we'll talk about it tomorrow." It's probably what your
yeah.
answers were.
So let's wait for the others to talk about it.
All right, and so then the group of you have dinner and then proceed to your rooms to retire for the evening. All right, so you are spells you're dumping into Aniel. You don't.
Yep.
Yeah, you have your full hand hit points, so you dump all that.
Yep. 50 in there.
And you only have 2 aura vitalities, right? Or do you have 3 level 3s?
It's a second level spell since we changed it, right?
No,
Prayer of Healing.
Prayer of Healing, yes, but right.
So that means I've got 3 level 2s and 2 level 3s that I can spend on her.
Okay.
That's a lot of hit points.
Yeah, that's if the hit points is what really matters. That's the amount of
It's
healing
not,
you do.
yeah, that's a lot.
Right.
That's
Oh,
like-
yep. Trying to bias the DM's opinion. I get it.
That's
Oh,
like-
Kyle,
that's like
Kyle
5
does this
long rests,
all the
Larry.
time. Asking
That's
for
like
grace.
5 long rests.
All right. So you guys, Baldric, you entered into the Geldans and you saw them eating at a table, and almost everyone else had left, but you presumably joined them for dinner, and then. So you joined Aniel, Thorak, Ikal, and Doma, and we just have a quick flash forward, idle conversation, nothing immense, and then you all went to your beds, where we presume that you spent time writing for the 3 hours you said you were gonna do, and nothing else happens for everyone.
I do want to peruse the Tome of Understanding. I know you said so. it's a period of 48 hours over 6 days or less, right?
I think so. I'll have to double check
So-
it. 'Cause I haven't read it in a long time.
So I theoretically couldn't read some tonight, go through tomorrow, and to the next night, read that again, and keep going through the nights, right?
You can if you start your timer now, the days start ticking today. Is what it comes out to being, right? This book contains
I'm
intuition,
swapping
insight,
it,
and
spell.
exercises. If you spend 48 hours, so you need to spend 48 hours total over 6 days. Yeah, then you can get the effect. So you could start that today and start recording 3 hours, right? Is what you could be doing. I mean, that's what Kyle says is what he needs for his long rest. So if we're going to say the same thing, you'd get 3 hours, unless you want to do the full night. It's your choice, and then just take exhaustion.
It's just averaging it out. You would need to read, if you wanted to have it equal in every day, you would need to read 8 hours per day. So,
That's a lot.
so if you did 3 today, you'd be a deficit of 5 that has to be distributed through the remaining 5 days you have.
So we'd have 9 hours per day.
Well, so,
for the rest of the week.
Laris, how long would I suspect would we be on the road to Veneer if we went that route?
Baldric bought a map, right? Baldric bought a map of it. Okay.
Of Windheim, not the continent around. Just the city.
So you guys don't have a continent of New Ulster.
No. You offered it to me, and I decided to decline.
Okay.
I don't remember how much it was.
Like 25 gold, wasn't it? Something like that.
My map was like 10, I think, but I don't
I think
remember.
the other one though was like 25 because it was larger.
So it's like a week and a half travel by foot is what it happens to be. If you're using a more expedient method, it'd be half, right? So 4 days, 5 days of travel by horse.
That's feasible. I could.
You travel for what, 10 hours a day? Is that what normal travel is, or is it more?
The presumed travel. Oh, God damn, it's been a while since I've done any of this. I think you're doing 12. That's what I think you're doing. 12-hour days.
How many days are we traveling?
It's going to
It'd be around 5.
5 by horseback is what it would be. Or
You have plenty of time to read the book then.
Yeah,
If you-
true.
it's
I could just
12 hours.
read it on the travel. Yeah.
You can't do it while you're riding. though.
I'll remind you, you
wagon.
can't do
A
it.
wagon.
You'd have to purchase a wagon, which means it's going to cost you gold, or we'll rent.
We
or
can,
purchase.
Rent a
we
wagon,
can either
yeah.
get a wagon or you can just read it in downtime because the horses will only ride for 12 hours. The rest is free time. You have to, sleep.
12 hours of travel, 8 hours of sleep means out of the 24 hours that you have
4.
4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sorry,
4
the
hours.
travel,
and then you
the
get the
travel
foot-
pace assumes it's 8 hours. I'm sorry, it's 8 hours
Okay,
of travel
so-
a day, and then you have things like downtime to eat, take care of, relieve yourself. So there's that, but you spend of your 24 hours, 8 hours are sleeping, 8 hours are traveling, giving you 16 hours of in between stuff.
And then you have 8
That's
hours.
7 hours of, right? 7 hours?
Well, 24 hours in a day minus 16 would be 8. You'd have 8 spillover. But how much is being spent on the other frivolous things then? Like eating and the other stuff, Laris?
We'll get him a poop bucket. It's fine.
You know,
Yeah.
actually, I guess it'd be presumed that that's part of the 8 hours actually of the travel.
okay.
Yeah,
Right.
is in
Oh,
that.
so you could do it. You could get 8. You have 8 hours of downtime every day, unless we decide as a party that we want to get there and push harder.
This includes that there's nothing spectacular that you're dealing with. A fight.
No fights.
Yeah, nothing else that would eat that time.
That would just equate to 40 hours, though, if I did 8 hours over 5 days.
Right, you would still need another 8
I'd
hours.
still need another
someplace.
8 hours.
Or you
can't just sleep
or you
short
start
for an hour.
doing or you start doing where you start dipping into sleep and you don't get you start taking exhaustion.
Well,
is-
and
or-
like,
or
like
we get the
tomorrow,
wagon.
tomorrow,
The
if he
wagon.
chooses not to go to do what we're doing, if he wants to stay here and spend his whole day reading, he could do that to
That's-
get a head start for the travels
can-
ahead as well.
We can also get a wagon,
Yeah.
and also we can just have him
Other
not do the watch, just read instead.
There
Like an extra 2
are
hours every day.
ways to squeeze more. So like if you don't do a
Numerous
watch,
ways,
you get
yeah.
an extra 2 hours per day, right?
Right.
That's fair.
And that right there covers
That
your
would solve
5
it.
That would solve it. Yeah. If you
We
don't-
need 8. You're letting us get. You let us get by with just 6. If we
Well,
do-
you need
if we
you
do a
need
watch.
you need to take 4 2-hour watches with a normal group. We're ignoring Evelyn here. You need to do 4 2-hour watches. If a call never took one, he still spends his 8-hour long resting. He just doesn't have to do 2 hours sleeping. He's sleeping for 6. Does that make sense? So
We're all
he,
sleeping
wanna-
for 6 hours, but we spend 2 of those watching.
He would read the other
In the
2.
night.
Yeah, he would read 2, sleep 6.
Would you allow him to do? Would you allow that? Would that count as his rest though? Because resting is not reading the book.
I would allow this in this case.
Okay.
So my jurisdiction on this is that he if he's not watching, he definitely will not be paying attention. He
Got
can,
it, yeah,
he can be
sure.
up for 2 hours of his 8-hour long rest, and he
Okay.
could spend that reading the book.
Okay. So I won't start it tonight,
Okay.
just because we can get it. We should be able to get it all during that, especially if we get a wagon. So
Do you speak Dwarvish?
yes, I do. So I just mainly what I was asking about for that, Laris, is I just want to peruse it, like see if there's any like big significant names or anything on the book, like why this book is important. Is it just it's just a book of understanding?
It's a book, I understand. There is nothing. There's
Cool,
nothing in
cool.
the margins that seem to make it stand out specifically. I did not print any
It's
extra
a magical
fillery.
book.
It's a magical book that talks about getting better insight into the world around you and perception. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very generic on this item here. I did not give any. It
no
came from the
worries.
Temple of Thorns. That's its unique sentimental value.
Cool.
But you weren't even there for it.
I was not.
No. So it should have been Doma, Roderick, Evelyn, or Duro. Should have been the ones. Actually, Duro wasn't there either. So.
Ulrich.
Nope.
Ulrich or
Say who's
Haname.
there?
Well, Haname's already gone by then. But okay. Hooray! So here we are. Now you guys go to bed. You do peruse it, but we're going to not start counting it as actual
Yeah.
reading. Baldric gets his 3 hours of writing. Doma dumps his 3 level 3s, 3 level 2. Wait, what'd you say? It was 2 level 3s and 3
2 level 2s, 3 levels. 2 level 3s, 3 level 2s. Oh my god.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
Confuse me like that.
Dump, and you're 50 lay on hit points.
And I'm changing a spell, just so you know.
Well, that
I'm
you do
taking-
that when long rest is complete, not now. In the long
Yeah, I
run,
know.
rest-
I have it written down
You're getting
beside the
you're getting
spell.
cure wounds. Hooray! To lose those level 1s, aren't you?
Yep.
All right. I don't know what you're subbing out, but we don't have to worry
Detect
about that.
magic.
Oh, all right. All right. So, anywho, yeah, you guys don't have to update me with your actual prepared spell list at the start of every day. You don't need to do that. I just needed it every time I asked for a character sheet, just that one time at that point. All right. So, you guys go to sleep. You wake up the next morning. You have accomplished your long rest, so all your resources back. Evelyn, you healed to full. Evelyn, your sunburn is gone now. It's now just a moderate little tan is what it kind of shows on your skin a little bit, just a little bit of red.
Nice.
But you look almost the same as you did the day before, prior to the awakening.
No fire hair yet.
No, there is no other change on our person. Evelyn, you do have some very odd dreams over the night, though. Very, very reminiscent dreams to the Feywild specifically. Lots of lush vegetation, and the images that you saw with your mother just are like imprinted into your subconscious. And then when you woke up today, you just had this longing feeling that you want to go back, like desperately want to go back, which eventually fades over time. But it's just like you really want to go back. There's this urge to go back. So Roderick's not here. He's autopilot. He's hanging out with you. All right. So what are you guys doing in your respective fight? We got most of you at Geldon's. We got Evelyn and Roderick over at Evelyn's estate. Let's start with Evelyn and Roderick. Is there anything that the two of you would want? Well, you with Roderick NPC.
I would just be like getting like breakfast ready for everybody.
English muffins is the day's breakfast with a sunny side egg on the
boy.
side. And there's some jam and
Well-
some butter.
Egg and a muffin.
Whatever.
Is that breakfast people eat?
That's what they served here. English muffin with a sunny side egg.
And an asparagus salad with lemon vinaigrette.
No.
Oh yeah, baby.
Hollandaise sauce.
Let me out that fucking asparagus. Mm.
Yeah, so I would just be arranging for people to get over here.
Oh, so you're waiting.
Yeah.
That's right. You guys are going to. Well, I thought you were
Yeah.
going to. I thought you were meeting at
No, we're
the
not going to the
Grand.
estate.
You're meeting at the Grand.
Oh
View
yeah,
Park.
we are. Oh shit, we are.
Grandview
yeah.
Park.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then you would be.
I will ask our little meals to be bagged up, and I'll bring little doggy bags to everybody.
Oh, you
for
were
breakfast.
wanting us to make food for your friends as well, not just for the.
Yes.
Right.
Oops.
I will need to. Excuse me, Mom. So this is going to delay you a bit because they were not cooking for everyone. They were only cooking for the residents in there. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Okay. So, Baldric, Zarek, Doma, Ikal. You guys ever at Geldon's with the annual NPC? What would you guys like to do? You wake up, you get your stuff, you get your things together. Do you want to eat breakfast there?
Oh, why not?
All right, you eat
Yeah,
breakfast.
Yeah,
wait,
why not?
we would eat
would
breakfast
eat
because we
breakfast,
don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know. All right, so it's scrambled eggs and sausages is what it happens to be. It's the main
Really,
dish.
Gildens, that's what they're serving at the Hilton of D&D.
It's like a complimentary breakfast, right? Toast. It's just.
Oh, so this is comp. There's no cost on this?
This
Okay.
one. Sure. Why not? Yeah. Right.
Complimentary, yeah.
Do you want to have it? Do you want?
Whatever.
You could. You could get something more fancy. We could, make you some flapjacks or potato pancakes.
And you have protein here, and it's just good. That's fine.
But if you did want some like fresh fruit or something a little bit more peppy,
Porridge.
Peppy.
oatmeal. Do you get enough fiber in your day, sir? Might need a little bit more fiber.
Fiber.
No, all right. Fine. Enjoy the complimentary breakfast. So you get
I'll eat some of the fiber.
All right, so you eat. All right, so you guys gather your food, you eat. Anything else you want to do at Geldon's? Nope. All right, so you head over to Grandview Park. Evelyn and
Would that area where the statue be within the bubble that would hurt Annie?
That's a good question.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Of course it is.
All right. Ennio can go.
Aniel, you're gonna have to suffer for a bit now.
Well, yeah, I guess we'd leave. We'd let Ennio know, like, Evelyn's got the statue unveiling with her mother, so we are going there to attend that with her, and then afterwards, I'm assuming we'll be back. We'll discuss everything that happened, and I would offer you to go, but I know that it physically hurts you to be there, so I'm not gonna ask that you put yourself through that.
Did someone stay with her? I would, but I don't think.
You know what?
All right, Vortex.
Did you want to
No.
maybe make Vortex a little bit more anatomically friendly?
How so?
Better.
Cuddlier,
What's
I could
wrong with
I could
him?
stay there. I could stay.
softer.
Less scale, lips that don't just have drool falling down, ruining everything. Vortex looks up to you, quirks its head, drool coming down onto the floor.
It's like a small puddle there. I
Yeah,
could try.
If you want to leave Vortex, or I could stay myself and read this book Evelyn gave me. It would be a good use of my time.
I mean, that
That's
would be
already
a good
keeping
use
your
of time. I
company,
don't mind.
alright.
I mean, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you're not being deprived of anything. I'm just, but still, Vortex,
You want me to change him?
preferably, he's a little uncomfortable when he won't get off of you, and he's jabbing you with these sharp.
You just need to say down, boy. Alright. How do you want me to roll for re?
Did you want to unsummon him to then resummon him with a level 2 spell slot?
She's asking. It's happening.
All right. Yes. Please make a charisma roll.
Here comes the luck.
Since when does fucking Annual ask me for
Got
something? Christ.
Well, that just means how uncomfortable it was with the previous pup.
All right, that's a 2.
Poor
so
lady.
You got luck? You don't want to use lucky on this?
of course I want to
And
use my
Or
lucky
use
on
another
that.
level 2 spell slot. It's your choice.
There you go, 19 instead.
So what do you want? But like whatever you mentally want, that's what you're gonna get here with your master.
Makes it even worse. It's
Spiked ball of
Spikes everywhere. I want to make him look almost exactly the same, but with less drool, and his spikes are like soft instead of hard.
You want to keep him a demon, even though there's all these other people that are having problems with their devil dog. You've seen
Okay, a
the
little
reaction
less-
to it.
A little less demonic.
Do you?
Just a little.
A little less
that mean?
demonic.
Man, your wisdom is really
Maybe-
low.
maybe take-
you are
maybe take-
pretty pretty bad. Sure, all right.
Maybe
I'm
take
thinking
away
like
the
Saint
tail
Bernard, a big,
Maybe
something.
maybe a normal tail this time.
Normal tail. No scales. Fur.
Yeah.
What color fur?
Red,
God,
obviously.
Something strange. Yeah, red. How about like that weird brown that's mostly red?
Okay. Like a maroon, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck the actual name is for it.
Sure. All right. Okay, so poof, he disappears. Before then, you clap your hands together, and then poof, a new
Clifford.
Clifford.
Twice as big.
The golden retriever like ears that come down, the fluffy tail, infinitely more cute than what it was previously there. But approximately the same dimensions. But the red hue is still, well, you said it's brown, so I mean, yeah, not quite Clifford, but yeah, abridged Clifford.
More of a fluke.
Kmart
Clifford.
Kmart Clawford.
The dog appears there. It's not slobbering everywhere. It's got the boop kind of nose, the little black nose that you can boop. Yeah, great quality of life improvement. Congratulations.
Great quality dog.
A luck used and level 2 spell slot used to fix that one aesthetic choice.
Quality dog.
All right, so
hopefully Aniel looks relieved when
she does. She said you could tell she's from there. She can calculate how much pain is that going to be. That's going to be on her, and well, so. With that, do you leave a call on Aniel here? Do you stay in the room with her, or do you go to your own room?
Yeah, let's stay in the room.
Right, you grab the chair that Baldric was using previously. You sit down in it, and you just pull out the book and start reading it. All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Aniel's like.
So were you planning on going to the reveal of the statue in about 4 hours? Or are you gonna just stay here the whole day?
I'll just stay there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if they need me, they know where I'm at. They can
So you
send a bird or whatever.
You start reading, and you have Aniel with Pupperino Vortex. All right. So the rest of you all, the other three gentlemen, leave, hobbling their way towards Grandview Park. Without Evelyn's presence, it is a lot more difficult and slow to get past into the inner city, but you are eventually allowed in. And you guys arrive at Grandview Park. There's the beautiful garden and hedgerow maze and fields and grass and all the trees, all of that there. You guys effectively go to the biggest landmark there, the statue, and you just kind of chill out at the statue. There's people that come by, and every now and then someone pays their respects to whatever happens to be these individuals, these three people here at the statue. And eventually, Roderick and Evelyn show up. Everyone's present besides one Vortax, one Aniel, and one Akal. You're muted. Owl, you're muted.
I would just hand out the little sacks I have and just say, hey, I got some extra breakfast. I don't know if you guys ate, but...
There's not more eggs, is it?
Yeah, sadly. But there's English muffin. Maybe some fruit.
I can breakfast it is. We haven't had that yet.
My cholesterol's gonna kill me before the other things do. Oh, man.
Too much fiber.
Sorry.
Too much fiber.
No, it's alright.
But
waste not, want not.
Snack on it later. You don't have to eat right now.
He pulls his fingers up to his bowls every time he takes a bite. He stops for a second.
He's like fucking monitoring it.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
Wow.
All right, so here you guys are in Grandview Park. Is there anything you'd like to do? Where would you like to go?
Where'd that stone I had today? Where'd that go?
The big event, right?
Left that closer to Pike's.
Hex, where's the fun games? Where's the side attractions?
Well, what is it you're looking for to do, I guess?
Hey, we are not here to have fun, Doma. We're here to do work. Someone's very sick. We don't have time to waste around in Funland. Actually, there's a shop called Fun or something over here, isn't there? I don't kind of remember
exactly
that.
4 hours before the statue thing.
I figured we could either...
There is a couple things.
You're checking with Master Ori right now, then. Get that thing out of the way.
Yes, I was thinking we could go talk to Master Ori.
Yes! Before he came over here!
Yes, Akal, you didn't want to be present for Master Ori?
He did come with us.
Plus 2 wisdom
Excited.
forever. forever until you lose it. from the death.
Master Ori!
He,
At
you
some
know,
point, he
never.
decided he wanted second
I thought we
breakfast.
were gonna go after! No!
Oh boy.
Please, I don't want another recanting episode. Please come.
God, you're
I have
right.
to recap
Suddenly a
one more
pigeon in
thing.
the
So
window.
as
Like-
Baldur interjects, oh yes, we can go to Master Ori now. And then it dawns on the other of you that, oh yeah, and Cole had a thing that he might have wanted from him. Maybe we should go catch him. So, do you trek back to Geldon's to pick up your lost stray?
No, he
I
started
am not
remembering.
walking back to
I think
Geldon's.
of all-
I
I think of all of them, he'll be the easiest for us to get in touch with later when Ikal is with us. So we could always hit up the Chandler or
High General Turin.
the High General.
Or try to get the High Naturalist.
Try to get the High Naturalist.
I
but
support
he's
this
probably
decision.
outside of the city at this point. Would be my guess.
Laris,
Yes.
which of the High Council members was talking about the disease? Is that the naturalist?
High Chandler
Yes.
was the
High
one
Chandler.
that introduced it, but the High Naturalist was concerned about it and wanted it resolved. It's in that all of them were concerned about it, but not all of them are necessarily like. I mean, the general probably won't have really good remedies for a disease running ramparts. It's not really
Right.
his petition, right? Each
And I'm
each
not-
one has their own kind of governance of what kind of influence they can assert. And
think
you
that-
could have military help you in distributing first
Trying to
aid.
think of whose main quest this is. The naturalist wanted the Blue Steel Brigade back because he's worried about the farms burning down. So I think his quest is about farms being burned. The
Oh, there's
High-
more.
The land,
so
the nature, he's worried about that, yeah.
You could just go talk to all of them if you really want to not miss an option.
I mean, yeah, we can talk to all of them for sure.
Or
It
not.
depends on where we want to start.
we're walking all day. Oh gosh, I need to make some sort of invention that scoots you along with propulsion or something. I don't know, like a scooter.
Horse.
Something scoots you.
Just
I
a
don't know,
horse.
Horse?
A horse.
How, you can't get a horse inside. They won't let a horse inside. It poops on the floor. I don't know how you guys lived under the mountain, but that's not how we do it here on top of the surface, all right? You stable your animals so you keep the mess out there, all right? That's right.
It's clean. Just clean up after. It's really not that hard.
Are you telling me you clean up the manure your livestock has in your... You realize it makes your house stinky when you get it all up, right? And if you're down in
Horses are
if you're in the
noble
mountain, I don't think there's a lot of wind
animals.
blowing
No.
around. You
This is
can't
not-
crack a window down when you're under a cave if there's no windows in the rocks down there. This
Okay.
explains a lot, Thorak. I'd be grumpy too if I had to smell like poop all day, and I'd
I
blame the
think
God
we're
as
getting
well.
off track here. Let's pick a person to talk to, and let's go talk to them. I'm guessing
No, this is
Chandler is where we want to start.
What would you guys like to do?
I like to get a horse.
Oh my
Put a
god.
poop bucket behind it.
Alright, no, seriously. What would you like to do?
You guys choose.
All right. Well, we can't do the general. Out of character. We can't do the general because Roderick needed to
Roderick's
be
not
there
here.
for that. Yeah, so that's a big thing for him. So it's either a naturalist or the... I don't want to talk to the weasel guy. I don't want to see him at all.
The weasel guy.
Let's get the worst out of the way. All right, let's go talk to
Let's just
Pencil
get him out of the way.
Mustache,
Yeah.
dude.
Why do you hate him so
Oh, come
It's
on.
like a deep-rooted.
Because he dabbed when we first met her. He was like, "Oh, my lady."
He did not dab. He did not dab.
He dabbed.
No, he didn't. He gestured to the side. It's not dabbing. Dabbing's diagonal. It's to the side. Alright, I'm done with it, Kyle. You're really pushing the boundaries right now.
Army, man.
Okay, so you want to go flag them the High Chandler, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
I have one yes. Where's the rest of the party?
Do it.
Alright, so where do you go?
Would I know his general haunts just from?
Your mother mentioned that
Knowing them?
he'd be probably located in the Orient district.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Aurora District. Let's go looking for him there. What do I have to roll for this?
I guess need an investigation roll. For whoever's taking point.
All right, I'll do it.
You want to?
I got a really good investigation, so
I'm terrible. Please, somebody
Can I
else.
help him?
Technically, yes.
I will help you.
All right, advantage. All right, here we go. Up. 18 and 17. All right, so 18 is the one, and then plus, I think it's 9? Plus 9, that puts us at 27.
Okay.
27.
So not very difficult. You eventually, one of these buildings here is just very, very orchestrated. It seems kind of more designed for like public-ish interests and stuff like that. It seems to have extra funding into it, right? It stands out from a lot of the other in this area. There's quite a bit of there are some wood buildings here, but this one's definitely a outlandish building. So upon entering inside it and meeting up with the staff inside, they do alert you that yes, an appointment with the High Chandler is what you're looking for, Miss Sistera. Right. Well, he did mention that if
that's possible,
Heartseeker was interested in communing with them, that we should write it in. Yes, we could schedule an appointment for you. What would be a good opportune moment for you? I have an opening 2 weeks from now.
Preferably something within the next couple days.
Something more immediate. Now. This minute. Time is of the essence.
It's kind of important.
Nothing like the present.
Right.
You can also let him know I am a doctor.
Completely does not change their appearance at all. They're just like still looking at the schedule.
Yeah, Baldric doesn't know. He's like these imaginary suspenders he's wearing. Yes, I am a doctor of medicine. He leans towards Noah. This works all the time.
Today, immediate. Jeez. Whoa, this is pretty tight. That will not be necessary. You guys can come see me now. It's so great for you to come all the way here just to come see humble old me. You seem to be missing some of your colleagues, though.
Just two.
They're just doing a couple other errands that need to get done before today.
Anyways, please come with me. If you would not mind the gap there. And you see that he goes up to what appears to be like a box, and there's a person from the box, and they like slide this metal grate over to the side, and he steps inside, and he gestures for all of you to come inside the box too with him.
I follow.
Yep.
Enter the box.
Yeah, and in short, it's an elevator. That's what it happens to be. The door, the grate closes from one of the staff. Some kind of pulley is pulled to the side. You hear a high-pitched whistle. Before then, the thing lifts and starts making you guys go up.
Oh god, I suddenly feel nauseous.
And it's got a lot of gears. You hear a lot of moving metallic parts grinding against each other. Moderns of the luxurious world we live in now, right?
Yes, tax dollars well spent.
This is not tax money. This is my own establishment. The loony name, after all. Do you not recognize the name?
They're not from around here.
The loony name? No? I guess none of you are very acquainted with history, then.
Hey, wait a second. Let me roll.
Where's my history check?
Alright, you may make a history roll.
I am quite old, and I have lived in Windheim for a majority of my life,
Taking a dig at ya.
You don't know.
Quite old indeed. In that old age.
It's a 10. It's a 10.
No.
We're all 10, so it means average knowledge.
It sounds
average.
It sounds familiar, but you can't quite put it right now.
Sounds familiar, but I guess it's not very important in the realm of medicine.
Will not be very important in the realm of medicine. You are correct. Just one of those historical names that has helped bring Windheim to the peace we have this day. Anywho, so what has brought you all here? And the elevator stops before one of the servants with like these white gloves on, right? They pull the gate open, and then Arvon Looney steps out, and then like enters into a corridor and waits for you all to come after him, which you surmise. You walk in and pace with him, and you guys are now entering into a relatively wide corridor, and he walks. So you have to make like a perpendicular to the right. So you turn like 90 degrees to the right, and it's a really wide hallway that can support probably, 5 people shoulder to shoulder. So it's and there's all these like vases and plants and all this extra luxurious stuff. There's like gold trim along the ceiling, and there's these really fancy chandeliers every 15 feet in this hallway, and the ceiling's vaulted. And you see the very far end, which is where he's walking towards. There's a pair of double doors. They're like oak, some kind of really enriched, varnished wooden frame. So a lot of money has been put into this presentation specifically of this hallway here, right? And so as you're walking towards this doors, you see there are several servants along the way, right? There's probably 6 servants total, 2 at the doors at the very end, and there's 2 others in pairs on the left and on the right as you walk down this corridor. That they keep staring straight forward. They don't interact or look at you. They just are in their positions. And as you walk, Arvan Lavini inquires, "So, what brings you to my establishment?"
I'll step up next to him and just.
You are walking towards the doors right now. Is what you're doing.
Gotcha.
Right.
So when we interrupted the council meeting earlier, a few days ago, you mentioned about the sickness in the western states, and I just wanted to try to kind of get a better understanding of what's been happening.
Yes. It has absolutely destroyed our economy, and times are rough. So we can't really afford to have ourselves tumble into a recession because we're not, producing goods and making ourselves progress into a favorable direction. So the sickness, absolutely paramount and importance right now. One of the things that we should be focusing more on than any other, is my opinion. And as he makes forward, you guys have made your way to the doors now, and the 2 servants open the doors and they swing wide open, and you see a very lavish office combined with a lounge room. Basically, there's like a pool table or a foosball table off to the side. There's all these other amenities inside here for recreational play and or just enjoyment. There's a fountain, and you see koi swimming around. There's water dripping down into it. There's a lot of luxurious items here. There's a very widespread window pane in front of you that's looking out into the Orate district. Past the Orate district, you can see just a little bit over the wall. You guys are 4 stories up right now, right? The very top of this building, basically. And you can see just a bit into the port of Windheim. And you can see some ships running out into the Lake Alea right now. It's a very pretty view, very prime, expensive real estate you're in right now. And so he makes his way towards one of the lounge chairs, right? And he just sits down, folds one leg over the other, over his knee like such. And then you see there's a bottle of champagne that's already popped, and wine. There's a wine glass, and a servant fills it up for him. And he gestures for all of you to take seats at any of the lounge chairs that are nearby. Right, so what are you, so do you guys, I guess you guys enter, and the doors are closed behind you. Do any of you not seat? Do any of you just stand around awkwardly, or do something else with your time?
I'll take a seat.
Okay.
Take a seat. Yeah.
Laura will stand awkwardly. This is just looking around for the rest of the party first. This is.
Aldrich is gonna take the seat that's furthest away from this guy.
Okay.
And then he's gonna slowly, creakily, just sits down into one of the chairs.
When you sit down, the chair that you chose is one of those very noisy chairs of leather that just creak. Yeah. you find that chair happens to be just a little bit oiled, so you're kind of sliding just a little bit as you sit in it for a prolonged period of time, slowly losing altitude, and you have to correct yourself every now and then.
Am I shrinking? I'm getting bigger.
This is some pretty.
A shrinking spell was used on me.
A beverage for any of you, wine perhaps?
I never say no.
Does it call sit?
Already had.
Call's not there.
Oh.
Goddamn
Hey.
call.
I'm fine, thank you. I've already had breakfast.
Perfect. Well, alright, so, yes, the Western States, you are interested. So what is it you're looking for? No, I mean, as you seem
Do
to
you
be
know
already-
what started it? What it is? What does it present as? Do you know any specifics about what is actually happening?
Well,
No, we do not know what started it, so I don't have any information for you on regarding that. We do have a massive amount of resources trying to find a cure for said ailment, but it seems to be spreading faster than we are able to deal with it. Quite a bit of the population over there is now, let's say, bedridden and not able to do their fair share anymore.
Does it sound to me like what happened to the girl?
I mean,
Or is it
you,
sound different?
there's no way to draw that parallel with the terminology. That's up to you to determine on your own there, sorry.
Gotcha.
What are the symptoms of this sickness?
Exactly.
As you just think slower.
Just the finger off, they barely can see you. The symptoms. Well, so lethargy seems to be the most common one. Though there is also some swelling of the glands, respiratory issues. Not
Oh no, the economy. I'm sorry, it's the parallels are too much.
Fatigue, swelling glands, what else?
Damn it, potato. Yeah, it seems to be predominantly a respiratory issue, is what it seems to be. We have done mandates of 6 feet apart, wear masks out in public.
They're just not listening.
The economy.
No, they don't have mandates, but it seems to be predominantly a respiratory situation, and we are considered some sort of respiratory sickness is what we think it happens to be. We've checked the grains and the food supplies, and there seems to be no contamination or rot presented inside such that. So we're not certain how it spreads or why it spreads, or the means of a cure to cleanse people of it. There is a small clergy over there, the shrine of the the Crestfallen Wave or something like that have a few clerics devoted to Marlesh, but they don't seem to be having much success with their divine magics either. So it is quite a problem at the moment. The biggest issue is actually with Westwind itself. Over 3/4 of the city is now basically shut down. We are concerned about actually potentially putting a full quarantine to prevent anyone from leaving there to head eastward, but it has not come to pass just yet. We are still allowing free travel. If you have any signs of sickness, though, then you are required to stay inside within the city limits.
Question over here. So, have we seen the success rate, the efficacy of quarantine people? It sounds like you don't know how it's spreading. Would quarantine even be fruitful?
Yes, that's a very good point. Unfortunately, these logistics have not really come through yet. This has only been happening for...
Oh, is this something that Wormsworth is heading?
Yes, we...
Hold on, let's think of the clergy. They must be overbooked by now.
Well, there's not a large number of them. It's a small family of about maybe 3 or 4 individuals, so they are... But their magics have not done anything. So at this point in time, I would say that the overbooked is pointless. That they are not able to assist with the situation. This is why I was hoping that maybe your mother was willing to help get some help from Vanir. With a more potent, perhaps, divine connection than that of a shrine way off on the coast, maybe would be more beneficial. There's also a possibility of maybe looking for some arcane solutions, but unfortunately, the High Scholar says that there are too many affairs currently in the universities in Ellensburg right now and other subjects to allow for that to happen. He says, regrettably so.
Well,
What about more physical doctors? He looks over at Baldric. Have you heard anything like this? Doesn't have to be a divine intervention to save people.
Anything like this is, He falls out there.
Poor Baldric.
What did you use? Mink oil on it? What is that smell?
Mink oil.
I just don't understand. such a historical plagues have sometimes have happened, and quarantines have shown some success, but I don't know the efficacy if we haven't done some sort of trial. But I wouldn't be surprised that Wormsworth would done his homework, because he never did his homework. He just threw money at the problem. Yes.
Both of the terminology you're using, which is very similar to this Wormsworth you've spoken of here, I assume that you also perhaps practice medicine.
Practice? No, I am an expert.
Interesting. Would you all perhaps be interested in heading to the Western States to look into this disease with such experienced and well-qualified individuals such as yourselves?
It's a possibility that we may go that way. I think our paths are going to intersect that eventually.
Possibility, eventually. These are things that I don't need. I need immediacy. Now, I'm having people die. I need our economy back on its feet. We need to start making revenue again. Or Windheim is, well, let's be real, about to suffer bankruptcy.
Well, right now we're working to get to Veneer for another matter.
Well, if you are there, you may advertise that I am looking for individuals to head to the Western States if they're willing to come, I suppose. But I suppose then your interest is not necessarily immediate. That's unfortunate. Are there other activities that you would be maybe interested in looking into then? I do have a slew of other problems. Not just the sickness in the Western States.
What sort of problems are you running into right now?
Well, so, as the High Chandler, it's my job to send the finances we have in the limited way possible to bring the best help to the problems that we have suffering Windheim. So, we have bandits to the north. The High Naturalist is incredibly concerned about those. I currently have a 5,000 gold bounty to resolve that problem. If you are willing to march up north and destroy these bandits that have been setting fields ablaze and starting to kill our citizens, that'd be 5,000 gold in your pocket.
Okay.
The fleet is currently having an issue with pirates, and they're asking for diplomatic support on trying to resecure Heatwater Bay, sorry. And so with this being a diplomatic tie, there's some high benefit as well as some of our debt being owed to them. So this would actually be a 7,500 gold allowance for accomplishing that task. Of course, all of these will require proof of accomplishment and the problem actually being resolved. So going out there and just killing random mom and pop bandits is not going to be the situation. I need to have legitimate proof that the situation in the north was resolved, or these pirates out in Heatwater Bay, which would be more so you need to prove it's the Sutter Call that the issue is resolved, and then they would pass word back to me to allow your coin purse to be increased there.
Before you get on too far, was there some sort of reward for going to Veneer and recruiting, and then maybe even circling back around and investigating with my medical expertise over in the western cities?
Well, by then you're talking about, gosh, there'd be almost a month of travel for you to get from Veneer back to Western States, so I just don't see that being very feasible. You would have to, if you were going to get money from me, I would need you to head there now.
What if one of us, someone very skilled and clever and ravishly handsome, had the ability to transport via arcanum? So let's say we traveled by foot to Veneer and then boom over here back to Windheim. Maybe if you knew
his eyes just move towards Evelyn. They don't think this. Evelyn.
No,
are you
over here? No, over here. Your attention should be on. Not only am I an expert in medicine, but also a skilled and masterful art of the very fabric of the universe.
Right. Well, if you were able to get to the Western States within a week and a half, I would be more than willing to start considering such an operation. I mean, if you're able to head to the Western States in such expedience, there's other issues I have in Western States that I could also be using some assistance in, provided that we have mutual beneficiation on it. If you're able to, for every cleric or priest that you're able to send over that actually has reasonable skill, I would be willing to pay you 100 gold from Vanir.
Okay.
But I would admit
100
you
gold
that is a very taxing request. I don't expect Vanir to even agree to such a thing.
And a week and a half. What was the said motivation for expediting the Western investigation of the diseases over there?
Resolving that situation. So I don't need just.
Well, yes, no, I understand, but the truth of the matter is, it's not going to be. You may have talked to Wormsworth, and he may have promised you all sorts of fanfare and blah blah, but in reality, it takes time to find trends and research and discover and actually make an antidote if there is one.
He's predicted that within a 3-week period of time that he will have this resolved, and so currently we have a very generous bid with him at this point in time. But of course, that is he's already on his way over there to prove this. Now, the money.
What? I see what he's up to now. He's already out there trying to outmaneuver me. Is he always trying to get one ahead of me? And he crumples up like this paper he was taking notes on. Oh no, unfolds it, starts to like, oh, I can barely read it now.
I sense that there was obviously some rivalry between the two of you. Would you be
what?
willing?
No, we go way back. We're the best of friends. Wormsworth.
Deception roll's not even necessary, because he knows you're lying. Well then, I mean, obviously with such good friendship or rivalry, whichever way you want to phrase it, you would not let him outbid you, of course, right? You would be willing to do this task faster for cheaper, no?
Well, what are you offering, Wormsworth?
For the matter being completely resolved, I would offer you 10,000 gold.
Interesting. Okay. Let me...
But that also is within the time frame, sooner than
right. 3 weeks. Right, 3 weeks. Yes. This paper's too wrinkled. I can't get it to. Right, let me get another piece of parchment out of my bag.
Now, again, I mean, this obviously means that you would probably have to start now, unless you are this amazing arcane master you have that would allow you to teleport for. The hundreds of miles. But if you have such skill, then obviously you would have a great head start on Wormsworth and his, let's say, charitable coffers.
Well, the thing is, I don't have a sigil in the Western States. I could get one here, and I would bring the travel to here back, but...
How far is it from here to the Western States?
Boy, let's do some approximation.
Good old math.
Oh, about 2 weeks by foot.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
That'd be about a week by horse.
A week by horse? That's not bad.
So
this is why he's wanting us to choose, right? Vanir or the Western.
Yeah, because if you spent a week of travel going to Vanir, then it would be 3 weeks of just by foot, right? Just from Vanir to there, let alone the week you lost. It'd be a month. He's calculating that's way worse than his arrangement with Wormsworth, which is why he declined. But he's like, I need you to head there now if I'm going to give you anything.
Well, we'll just see if Wormsworth can keep up his end of the agreement and get you done in 3 weeks. I don't think he could, but... just considering, just weighing our options.
I see. So you're not willing to accept this arrangement, then?
I am not saying I will decline or accept it right now. I'm just collecting offers, and we're going to prioritize what's...
I assumed that Lady Evelyn Zestira would be the leader of this troop, but apparently the seniority of the group takes charge. Is that right?
Now, wait just one darn... Are you trying to...
He just has expert knowledge in things I don't know about.
Exactly.
Sickness.
He seems to be taking a large stab into your guys' affairs and which direction you'll be going and the contracts you'll be earning for your time spent.
We haven't taken anything off the table at this point, so...
Very well. I just was
have to weigh your options.
someone from your lineage would be so much more interested in participating in these discussions. So,
Hear the paper slowly crinkling.
but
knows
those
what
offers are presented, and there's a couple other things that I would refer to. So, your mother has told us about your recent exploits, and that the Medan Mountains are open again. I am very interested in establishing consistent, beneficial relationships with these individuals. Now, this is a personal request, not on behalf of Windheim. If you are able to, let's say, get a good liaison of mine, well acquainted in these Medan Mountains, I'd be willing to give you 1,500 gold. All you need to do is just establish people you've social networked with already with one of my contacts. That's all I would request for that easy money in your pocket.
We may have some people from the mountain with us right here, right now.
Splendid.
Can I
Are
can't-
you one
I
of
can't-
mercantile skill?
I want to
or-
like insight check it, but I don't even have to insight check. That just sounds like creepy. Bah.
Are you a skilled merchant or acquainted with merchants?
Acquainted with a fair few people down there. In fact, I've lived most of my life down there.
Well, then, if you would be willing to help escort one of my colleagues and introduce them into the surroundings and show them into these contacts of yours, it's 1,500 gold. Very easy money.
I will allow Lady Zastira to make the decision. However, I do believe we are quite full at the very
I think
moment.
we should maybe talk about that with the rest of the larger group, because that might have implications.
Understand.
Rather than
Obviously,
going
all
backwards.
these are just options to you. And the only two other remaining Puntient items I have is that we have the Sander Quarry. I believe, I think it's out in the western states, or maybe it's down. Well, it's in the western states. Either it's down by Garrington or it's north by Fenfair. They are having a small, let's say, domestic dispute with some local denizens of the area that would need to be resolved. That's worth 4,500. I would need that issue resolved if you were ever near the Sander Quarry. And the last one that I would be... Well, I don't think it's maybe necessarily in your purview. Perhaps if you prove to me on one of these other options that maybe you would be able to handle this type of work. So let's retract that one for now.
The heck?
These are my most important issues at this exact moment in time.
The introduction one, that was 1,500.
Yes, 1,500 gold. Just to introduce one of my colleagues to a prominent merchant in the Medan region. In the mountain, not in front of it. I don't need more contacts in Pipo. That's...
Well, I say we take this information back to the group, and we can figure out where we want to go first.
Yeah, static out the wazoo there. I mean, you are, of course, afraid to say that at this point in time, none of these contracts have been established with you, so they are still going to be open to anyone else that's also interested in claiming these bounties and rewards. But as you can see, Windheim has coffers, even in its times of strife. We recognize that skilled hands will require skilled payment. And so whether you be a doctor, an arcanist, a noble woman, a paladin from Vanir,
Insight check that he knew. Well, he's not really. How did he know that he's from a paladin from Vanir? The holy. How it's the holy symbol?
It's literally on my shield, yeah. But I don't think that gives away that I'm from Vanir.
you wouldn't be able to insight that. I don't know.
I know. I just don't like this guy.
He's smarmy.
He's a high chandler. He's in charge of the finances of the entire kingdom of Windheim, the most powerful kingdom in on New also. So
He has to be a little creepy.
he's gotta be some smarts. You have to respect that he has to know what he's doing to some capacity.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't think he cares if you like him or not. He wants business. Is what he wants. Well, so those are the things I have. Is there anything that I could do for you?
You don't happen to have a sigil into the western states, do you? To expedite travel?
Oh, well, as an arcane practitioner yourself, you would know that having the sigil is not enough. You would obviously need to have the arcane annex acquired to your blood pattern to allow you to teleport over them in the first place. So having the sigil would be pointless. There's paperwork, procedures, processes. Teleportation is not a open system that we just allow everyone access to, regardless if you are gifted enough to accomplish it.
Is there anyone here that we could have help us get there?
I mean, we could.
That you would know of?
For a very expensive fee, you could
How
have...
expensive?
We're talking about the ballpark of around maybe 8,000 per head.
Per head?
Though I suppose in this case, you guys are just looking at... Well... I guess in this case, it would just be for your arcane practitioner.
He could go get it and then come back, theoretically, right?
We could have one of... For an 8,000 gold charge, I can have one of my individuals teleport over there with all the paperwork and your sample to allow the processing to begin. It would not be instantaneous. It would take time. They would then have to process it. It probably would still take about a week, but then they'd come back and they'd have the sigil prepared. But of course, this is for people that have earned Windheim's trust. And while Mrs. Steer, I obviously trust you, I cannot say I trust this unknown doctor. Again, it's a privilege to use our sigils and arcane annexes. So unless you had some sort of higher decree from the other high-seated to agree to such terms.
Okay.
So you're falling in your seat again.
Am I? Oh. This thing is so slippery!
Oh.
It's the mink oil. It's the mink oil.
Why would you grease a chair? I don't understand. The chairs of us sitting comfortably. My back. Damage the lumbar.
Well, I think-
anything else I could
I
I
think
could maybe
we've-
help you.
Taken up enough time unless anyone has questions.
Why is there a cat for DTW suddenly?
He's a cat reading.
love it.
Ah, he's a
It's
cat
good.
reading. Oh.
Reading the book.
I like that he's winking at us.
So I mean, of course, you have no problem. These are all business prospects, and I am eager to make coin and to resolve Windheim's problems, so that we can succeed as a nation to move forward and not fall behind, and let our competitors beat us. Because we would not like a future where Windheim is no longer capable of defending its borders, as we just recently saw. Well, if you do agree to any of these contracts, please come back by, and you are free to speak with Ariana down the front area. I will let her know that any of these, if they're still open at the time, you can just advise to her.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry to drop in.
Oh, no, it's no problem. I did invite you after all. I was very interested in your skilled group.
God, why didn't we just say that when we got here, that we were invited?
It's been a crazy few days. Okay.
It has been a crazy few days.
Interesting. Well,
Thank you for your time.
What was the... For the expedited, which area would that actually get us to in the western states? Would that be West Wind specifically, or another area of the western area?
Nescaria would be where the arcane annex. Yes,
Nescaria.
Unfortunately, we do not have an arcane annex currently available in Westwind itself, unfortunately. Now, if you don't know anything about the western states, Nescaria would be the capital of them, so... It's close enough. I think only a couple days' journey. Anywho, with that,
So you have a teleportation network then? Can I ask if, like, a certain area, if you have something around there? For future reference.
Are you an arcane practitioner?
No, but I would love to pay 8,000 gold to go there eventually.
Well, this would be giving you the means to then teleport to said location. Again, after you've proven yourself a devout ally of...
I just want to know if you have something over there, kind of thing.
What is it that you're looking into?
You
sir?
know, the what the hell is it? The Mob Jalzine? Is that what it's called?
We
the Mob
absolutely have
Jalzam.
nothing out there. That is...
Not like on the sea, but like kind of like close to the shore. Maybe there's a town over there or something. I don't
Not
know.
with an arcane annex. These things are very expensive to create and maintain. You need stable civilization to support them, which is why we only have a few available even within Windheim. And then, of course, our ally to the south, Elite.
Traveling's never easy.
That's an expensive
No,
business. And then, I mean, out there in the fringes, that's what you are suggesting. Civilization cannot maintain itself. Why would we want to spend hundreds of thousands of gold to build an arcane annex when it's just going to be destroyed by orcs as we can't defend it? It'd be pointless. Hopefully you understand the cost of such an endeavor would not be worth our
I
time.
get it. Yeah. Hence why I was asking.
I believe the most expedient method currently would be teleporting to Gaul and then traveling by foot on Gaul through the Philly Desert would be your best way. I don't believe they have developed any other teleportation inside the Philly yet. I mean, I know for certain Falcon Rest is not necessarily available.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind for future reference.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Nah, that's fine. It was the middle of nowhere. I wasn't
Why
expecting
do
to
you
have
want to go to the mall, Jalzem? Of all the places, it's only desolate and destruction there.
them related to someone over there.
Related?
The maw.
Do I look normal to you?
It's not the mob. It's on the fringes.
Interesting.
What? I said it was near it. That's why I was asking.
I mean, no, you do have an unusual
On the coast.
characteristics.
Yeah, on the coast.
But I'm not one
I
to
asked-
judge someone by their characteristics. What kind of person would judge someone by their outward appearance? That would be rather
I'm just
curt.
saying I kind of look like I'm from somewhere, kind of thing.
He currently
Anyway.
he currently rubs his pencil mustache a couple of
Evil!
Ooh.
Well, I'm sorry that you're so far from your home. Hopefully you will be able to return there in whatever experience you see fit. Though, of course, after you've generously helped Windheim, right? A hero such as yourself obviously cares about the greater good.
Love the butter. Gonna help anyway. Do appreciate it.
It's good butter, though, isn't it?
It's good butter.
All right, well, gentlemen, lady.
I can't believe it's not.
Do you guys get up and leave?
Just
We get
casually
up
keep
and leave.
sitting there.
Everybody sits there awkwardly.
All right, so you guys get up, you leave.
No. Baldric tries to get up and he's like,
He probably can't.
Hey, Thorak! Thorak!
Yeah.
Come here, get me out of this thing!
Yeah. I just pull his entire
Judge
So
me
as
down!
we're
Judge
walking down
her!
the
Judge her!
I gotta ask Baldric.
Oh, my ankle! Oh, Doma! He hurt my ankle! Oh!
I suppose
I
it's
need you to
for
heal
healing
Aren't
then.
you the doctor? Healing.
I pull out a bandage.
Yes. Hey, I am an apprentice that I am trying to brush up his skills so he can help with things like what's happening out in, Western states. Yes. You want to spread on your knowledge before you want to leave a legacy. I'm sure you understand before we all part this mortal coil. Good day!
Start the walk. Or he has a chance to ask you more questions.
So as we're walking out, Domo just asks, so what's a mink?
Mink's like a rat, a rodent. It's like a...
You guys leave. You eventually escape the entire loony establishment, and you're now back in the
Time to
Aurea.
head to the dock.
You guys currently in the Aurea district right now. Is where you are currently. It
Yeah.
is. It's approaching. 11. So you are nearing noon. You could just go there and wait for this arrival, or you could try to squeeze in another activity if you like. You currently are in the Aurea districts. Depending on where you want to go, would be time spent, right? The port is
Right.
really close to you guys.
We're close to it, right?
Yes.
Maybe, I mean,
Well, out of character, I don't want to be going to general without Roderick, because he's the whole. What is he now? A corporal, lieutenant, something like
corporal.
that. And has Akal read enough of his book to have done it for the day? I don't think so. So I think.
No, it's only been 3 hours.
Yes, I guess we gotta just. Well, I feel like we should. Out of character, I feel like we should wait. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say that it is 12:45 because we normally end at like around 1 a.m. ish, right?
Yeah, we can probably.
What are we?
15 minutes left.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I think we
Talk
would just
about
head
some
over
back
to
stuff.
the docks towards that area and just wait for their instructions.
Very well.
Oh,
Alright.
I'll do more studying of my Leo Min's tiny hut.
Okay.
We can just find a spot to just hang out and show
Alright.
what
How
we,
many,
you know,
how many hours were we away from the event happening?
It's like 1 hour.
an hour.
You're in the Aurea district right
Like
now.
11.
You're within like 10 minutes of the port. So any attraction in the Aurea district would be something you could look at right now if you really, without being terribly inconvenient to you.
Okay, so I can go from 3 to 4 out of the 6 then, and then that. Are you okay with that? Since it's 1 hour.
If that's what you want to do with your time, of course.
Well, I don't want to miss the events, so it's like
You would
there's
not-
some rounding.
Yeah, you just would add an hour to it, and, so, and then
it's like a
lose
big event.
another 25 gold.
Okay.
Is this like a big event with like? Is this like a celebration, or is it just a statue unveiling?
Hard to say because it wasn't necessarily described. So you could go
Yeah.
scout it out now if you'd like.
Yeah, so I got nothing
All
to
right.
do.
Does anyone else want to follow Domo when he goes check us out? Scout the area out in advance.
Yeah, I'll go with him.
Okay.
Can't. I'm studying, so
Thor,
I'm
could you
gonna.
stay with Baldrick.
We'll
or do
leave
wanna-
you. Yeah.
It's Evelyn and Doma. I should go with the other people. Let's go with these two this time.
All right. So then, Baldrick, you're by yourself inside the Aurea district. You find some bench to sit down, and I'll be here as they go off. Right. So you guys head down south, head to the port, and there is quite a crowd gathering. There is a giant statue with a huge amount of tarps placed over it. You know it. You can't see the statue yet, but there's things covering it. And there's ropes kind of hanging on it on the cloth to keep it obscured at this point in time. There's like a wooden platform that's been erected, and there's a pew at the top of it to allow for some sort of oration. And there's a good. At this point in time, at least 100 people here gathered, and there's more people coming. It seems like it's not just going to be a one and for a small. It's not for just the elite. It's for the commonwealth of the inner city, which is still effectively elite, but there's a sizable population growing here. There are even people that are less fortunate that are further back, kind of more near the outer portion of the dock, maybe sitting on boxes and stuff like that, gathering out there. So there is a sizable crowd, and it's growing by the minute.
Looking around, I'm assuming the people are just kind of in normal dress. They're not like fancy or anything crazy.
People are in their day-to-day affairs. So people of more rich notoriety are going to be in more more expensive clothing, and people that are of lower standing are going to have more struggling looking clothing. You do recognize that upon the wooden pews that there is your mother is there currently talking with the High Scholar actually at this point in time. So that some of the High Seat have already shown up. Obviously, Arvon Lulini is not here yet. He's doing some more business at this point in time. The High Naturus and the High General are not present yet.
Okay.
All
Guess.
right.
Do you guys want to scope it out? Do you guys want to just?
Were we not scoping it out? I thought we were scoping it out.
But I'm saying, like, do you want to go look around and see what else is around here? Is there anything else happening, or is it just everyone's looking at the statue?
It's
waiting for
I
the
want to
statue?
go around
looks-
looking at the other statues.
I'm looking for food stalls.
It doesn't appear to be a celebration of that nature. It appears to be that it's more about this event, and then
Gotcha.
that's it. And so there isn't like vendors going around, hey, come get your popcorn. There's nothing like that. It's not like Pepping Pipel Festival. It's nothing like that.
Come on.
Yeah, and
Peppy
this-
Pipel, dude.
It's not like that. That's not that kind of arrangement. There isn't other attractions. The attraction is this and this event alone, which should in some capacities stress the relative seriousness of whatever this happens to be.
Business.
So, surmising then that you guys are just going to idle time, and eventually
pull out a piece of what the heck is it? Obsidian, and start carving another cat. There we go.
All right, but at this point in time, enough time has passed. You're really not going to get any progress on that. So, Baldric eventually regroups the group. The rest of you guys have congregate. So now you do. You guys would probably meander out into the crowd of individuals out there, where you're now with a bunch of other upper individuals, not the plebeians per se, but the upper caste is where you happen to be. The five high seated are actually at the plateau themselves. All 5 of them are present. They each have their own separate chair, eventually there's some sort of announcement which kind of calls the attention of the crowd, and there seems to be some sort of like magic amplification of the person who speaks at the pew. It kind of booms their voice out, not to it hurts your ears, but that you can just hear it much more clearly in this field around you. And by now there's several hundred people present at this point in time. People going all the way back onto the port, lining up on the port. Maybe some new sailors or whatever just came in. They're kind of like watching a spectacle, and a large amount of the population of Windheim, not all of Windheim, but a very large amount of population of Windheim is here in the port as we speak.
I'm assuming Baldric would be showing up around this time, considering he was going to do the hour and then show up for the event.
Baldric is with the group, yes. I mean, from your perspective of call, you would hear that there is commotion with your higher passive perception, and people like, oh, we gotta go, as the time is drawing near.
We don't want to miss it.
Right. Yeah. So even people out in the Laurels are trying to squeeze into Windheim to get towards that event. All right. So, with that in time, you have the High Scholar. He takes up to the front of the pew. Citizens of Windheim, we of the High Seated welcome you and are pleased to have all of our fine citizens here. With all the recent issues that we have been uncovering and your continued faith in our skills and leadership to guide us to a brighter future is very warming to our hearts. With everything that's recently happened, we had commissioned, as most of you have been seeing over the time, this magnificent piece to join that of the other sculptures that we have, earned through our history here in this glorious city. And with that in mind, I wanted to just thank all of you as the effectively elderless in demising age in our high-seated. Just thank you for your residency. With that, I would like to go ahead and allow the creators of this magnificent work to present themselves and to say their interpretation of this majestic piece that we are about to unveil to you all today. And then he sits down. There's some applause from the crowd around us. Then he goes and sits down in his seat, which is right sandwiched between High Turin and Niera. He's right in between the two of them. To the far left side is the High Chandler. Then it's High General. Then it would happen to be Master Ori, the High Scholar. Then it's High Observer, and then finally on the far right would happen to be the High Naturalist. And so then you guys see 2 individuals approach the pew. They walk their way up onto the stage, and they start making their way towards this oration booth. Right. So you see a tall high elf with long platinum blonde hair, almost borderline white. And then he has it part to his right, with and occasionally his long bangs obscure that side of his face. So it's kind of like blocking a little bit portion of his right side of his face. He appears to be muscular, and he's probably in his early 30s, or equivalent in elvish years. He's wearing a refined azure blue fabric outfit that has a prominent V-cut that reaches into his sternum. There is an extended curved collar that frames the back lower half of his head, and the front is open, but not opposes the V-shaped design. So like the collar is basically wide up here and kind of just framing the back portion, but you can see his neck and his clavicle very clearly. He's showing off his muscle basically. He's got a pair of flexible, thin, metallic blue pauldrons that are on his shoulders, and a similar designed pair of metallic wrist guards. His boots rise to just above the ankle and are made of the same lightweight metallic material as they're also adorned on his person. A pale blue cape that reaches almost down to his heels flows behind him, and occasional accents of stunning golden jewelry adorn this person. He seems well off and is showing it very clearly. However, his appearance does not look gaudy. Despite all these things, they seem to blend into a high-class elven elegance. Everything about this guy looks like it's been picked to the exact. A very regal and at the same time serviceable outfit is on this person. You can see that there's like the metallic garments appear to be designed in a way for protection in case of a confrontation of sorts. So this guy seems to be with it to some capacity. And the other person that joins him up there is a woman, another tall high elf. Not quite as tall as the man, but she is tall. She also has long platinum blonde hair that goes to the nape of her back. Her bangs run flat just above her eyebrows, and they extend out to her temples, so she has a very framed upper portion of her face. There the blonde strands extend just past her jawline and then heavily framing her face clearly, almost like a helmet. She is wearing a stunning dark blue dress that bleeds to white as it goes down her body. The dress exposes the back and her back and her shoulders, where an X forms above her cleavage and then loops into a high collar around the neck. As the dress extends down past her hips, it develops into an ever-widening slit that showcases her legs. She sports a pair of stark white thigh-high tights and that are equally as white and an equally pair of white stiletto heels. A pair of matching white long gloves ride up each of her arms to the elbow, while along her waist is a loosely hanging puffy white fur pelt.
Okay.
Right.
Is this the frost elf? What's all the white?
Do we have an image representation for academic purposes?
We do.
Oh no.
Kidding.
We do have an image of them. Where the hell are they?
It better be what I was imagining.
Or are you gonna use the little tool?
Give me a moment. I have to think about where the hell even is it.
Just her. We don't care about the others.
Wait, did we go get our cat, or did we just go here for this?
God damn it.
I think Cat wanted to stay home. No,
Cat's not here.
I was worried that you'd be worried about that pelt around your the white pelt.
Nah, fine.
It should work this
You
time.
wish
yes,
she was
perfect. Hooray! Okay. So
Great.
I'll put it right here next to Leia. Here's the 2 tokens.
Yo. Let me take a peek.
All right.
Classic elf wear.
So, with that, the man approaches the podium, and they're kind of sitting shoulder to shoulder. Oh, Evelyn just AFK. Can you hear me, Owl?
I think she has cordless.
How the hell do you break it a bigger picture again? I don't remember.
Scroll in, alt and scroll in.
I pushed every button but the wrong one.
I guess I need to show this to the viewers too. So you can also like mouse wheel up. So there's your male gentleman, and then here's your female.
Is that tool broken? The one that like shows the image on like blown up?
That tool is that tool is super whacked when you have it imported on your table.
Dang.
Yeah.
It was super useful.
Yeah. Well, anywho. So
Yes, I could hear you, but I had to put my push to talk.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, so we're at that point now. So there is art of the tokens on the table. All right. So the man as he approaches it, the woman's next to his side. They're standing shoulder to shoulder. Citizens of our long and historic and enduring country. Let me first say what an honor and privilege it has been to try and encapsulate the feeling that our forefathers and even we feel about the pain and sacrifice endured to bring Nuoso to the brink of a century of peace. when the high-seated came to us all the way in Winston to ask my lovely wife Calvia and I to try to express these emotions in a new sculpture to be added amongst the renowned statues of Windheim proper, well, I can't even begin to express how much it means to the two of us to be able to have one of our creations endure here amongst the other 5 historic monuments that are guarded in our beautiful capital. It's moved me to... And he pauses for a moment as you see he wipes away a tear, and the woman to his side places her hand onto his forearm and looks up to him with a pained smile. It's moved us to tears. We have toiled ceaselessly on perfecting the work that is hidden in front of you all right now. When we first started this project several years ago, it was happier times. Our work initially felt much more optimistic, as I'm sure we all felt that way. But our hopes became betrayed with unfortunate aggression that stemmed from our eastern neighbor. We once again felt the pain that is required to bring order and prosperity to all of us. While we may still not know why our eastern brethren rose in arms against us again, we can at least take solace in knowing that we have stemmed the rise of chaos. It has cost us all again, but that cost is a worthy one for the prize we seek. And the woman starts speaking, almost as if in perfect tandem with them, as if their conversation was synonymous between the two.
If they rehearsed it multiple times.
The sculpture that we will unveil to all of you helps detail the struggles that our parents and their parents and their parents and so on have made on this pursuit to lasting peace. I know that deep within our hearts we are all afraid and angered at our eastern neighbor. While I can't ask you to forgive them, I do wish to implore you to think about not just the pain we currently feel, but the pain our forefathers felt. They too had suffered like we, but they wanted a better future for their children. They resolved deep within themselves to look past their own pain so that our futures could be brighter. Are we to abandon their sacrifice? They knew it would not be easy, and there would be turbulence in the future. Turbulence that we would have to endure. But let us not forget all the amazing strides that have come from this near 100 years of peace. One of the most notable of these events is our society has reclaimed its foothold in the fringes, a strife-filled zone that makes up nearly half of our entire subcontinent. It is in excess that these very resources that we desire to improve, it is in excess of the very resources we desire to improve our way of life. Even now, we continue to push eastward to once again restore true safety to all of New Ulsal. There are terrors out there that we on this side of the Alorn have had the luxury of never seeing in our lives. Let us remind ourselves that our eastern neighbors are not as lucky as us. Our march for order will in the end benefit them as well as us if we can invest into peace like our generations prior. The statue that we will present here drives hard on these feelings. Please remove the covering. And as... What's up?
The eastern neighbors?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the eastern neighbors?
The marshes. The marshes.
The orcs? Yeah.
The fringes is to the east. The orc, that's where the orcs are.
Yep.
Is Thorek getting any weird looks?
Dude, I thought that entire time...
The population here has some orc diversity. There are actually full-blood orcs as well as several half-orcs too. You're not the only one.
Okay.
You were making all those confused faces, and I thought you were, like, faking shock like they were attacking the orc.
Alright, so at this time, the mailman...
Eastern neighbors.
The man presents. He says, asks them to remove the covering, and you see the 4 High Watch soldiers approach the robe covering hanging on the side of the statue, In unison, as if scripted 100 times, each grabs the length of their corner before they pull down. The ropes go taut before an unwinding of threads springs forward. A Rube Goldberg-like momentum carries on as the coils unwind, and suddenly the entire tarp over the statue floats down. The crowd gathered in front gasps in awe as the details of the statue finally become visible. Facing southeast towards the center of the harbor is a 12-foot-tall statue of a female human with free-flowing blonde hair that goes to the nape of her back. She's wearing a Renaissance-era dress with loose lawn sleeves. Along the front midsection of the dress runs lacing, helping the fabric hold to the woman's feminine form. She's kneeling down with her arms reaching forward into a loose embrace around 3 smaller figures. Within the large hug are 3 human children, 1 girl and a pair of twin boys. In the center of the trio is the girl who appears to be around 10 and has hair that reaches to her shoulders. She's wearing a simple dress and has her face buried into the lap of the woman. To the girl's left and right are the 2 boys, who seem to be just slightly younger than the girl. The 2 twins are wearing a pair of shorts and a common tunic. Like the girl, they appear to be stuffing their faces into the sides of the taller woman. You can sense a tension coming from the young kids as their hands are grasping at the fabric of the woman's dress. There's a sense of pain and desperation emanating from the children, while the matronly figure carries a saddened expression as she gazes down at them. And then the gentleman who announced it. The placard for this monument reads, everyone, "May we always remember the dedication and endurance of all the mothers and fathers who strive endlessly through the abyss to be the light for their children's future. May their sacrifice towards peace never be forgotten." As each of you look upon the stone edifice now, As each of you look upon the stone edifice now, and in the coming days, please think about what is best for us and our progeny's future. Please remember all the pain, struggle, and dedication and endurance that our parents had committed. Pain that we will have to also commit to for our brighter future. For ahead of us is potentially endless war through the dark abyss. But if we can take the right steps, we can become beacons of light that will help guide all of us to happiness, much like our parents did for us. Please remember to tell your loved ones how you feel about them now, for you never know when you might lose that opportunity in the future. Thank you, and may the gods continue to bless us all. And the 2 of them bow. As the crowd claps and cheers at the revealing, you can tell there's some people that are moved by this tribute to mothers and fathers and the sacrifices they've made for their kids, and potentially to a better future for all of Windheim and potentially all of New also. As the 2 elven individuals who seem to be moved a bit someone else approaches, not a high-seated member, but a female half-elf, probably in her late 30s. She's got black hair that is spiral and goes into curls that goes down past her ears. She's got very tan bronze skin. She's wearing a faded pink poofy shouldered dress that has a floral print running along the trim. Along the arms are lace sleeves that reach to her wrists. Well, I do declare that was one fine speech from the Lord and Lady of Winston. If we could all give a round of applause to the beautiful work here that was done by Sir Wellington Weston III of Winston and Lady Calvia Weston of also Winston. Thank you both for your marvelous contribution to Windheim and its future, and to the statues that we have here enduring in Windheim. For all of you here that have been revealed part of this grand reveal, we appreciate your spectatorship, and please continue to help support Windheim in any way you see fit. May all of you have a blessed day. God bless Windheim. Bless every single one of us. Thank you. And then at that point, the individual, the woman, she turns over, approaches the 2 elves, and they kind of enter a brief conversation as several of the high-seated get up and also seem to enter the conversation.
What is my mom doing?
The high naturalist immediately gets up and just huff puffs his way down the stairs and starts going off to some random direction. Your mother seems to whisper something to the High General, who turns over to her, crocks an eyebrow, and then the High Observer is entering a conversation with him as well. The High Chandler seems to be clapping, and he's actually approaching, probably to do some networking with the artists and artistes of
Of
West.
course. Smarmy master.
So there you guys are, as a big chunk of the crowd starts to part and move off. There's families with children, and some of the parents are hugging their kids very tightly, and just a general mood. Quite a few people are still there watching, so people get closer to the monument to try to get a better look. It's going to take quite some time for everyone to maybe get their personal view of it. You guys being more in the upper area where the nobility happens to be, you have that luxury a little bit sooner than others. But you are in control here, so is there anything that any of you would like to do at this point in time? Okay, so with that, time goes by, it ticks away. You guys would have your opportunity to inspect the statue if you wanted to. The crowds eventually diminish. Probably takes an hour or so before the vast majority of people kind of migrate back to their previous affairs. The high-seated do also vacate. They do not seem to engage in you in any capacity. They go back to their own relative situations as well. You guys are in the crowd, so it's not like it's shocking that they would not have maybe necessarily seen you. And then you are effectively there still in the port of Windheim. And this is where we'll be ending tonight's episode here. You guys just after the reveal of the new statue in Windheim. That's everything here. So thank you everyone for playing. Thank you for your viewership, spectating. Thanks, Mom. You were a really big inspiration for this development of mine, and this was the best tribute I could do for you. So hope you're doing good. And so from all of us here, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night.
Good night.